All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Cameron Tasai, and I serve as the mayor representing the city of Pinole, and thank you for joining us. I now call the regular city council meeting of January 21st, 2025 to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are willing and able, please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are now on item 2 of the agenda, our land acknowledgement, which I will read aloud. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone leaders, elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you, and we are now on item 3 of the agenda, roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, good evening, and you can proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Sasai.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, January 16th. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back. Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, January 16th at 4:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, posted, distributed to council and staff, and are available at the back of the council chambers. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next we have on our agenda is item number 4, which is a closed session. This is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are City Manager Kelsey Young, City Attorney Eric Kasher, and HR Director Stacey Schell. Represented employees include AFSCME Local 1, Local 512, and the Management Compensation Plan, MCP. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Seeing that there are none, we will now convene to a closed session and should return by 6 o'clock p.m. for the open session. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. I now reconvene the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council. Reportable action is that the City Council voted 5-0 to approve 8 hours of an accrued holiday for all employees for the day of mourning related to President Carter's passing. Moving down to item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, looks like in-person Irma Ruport.
And a quick reminder to folks that we allow up to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure that we all get to all of our items tonight, and individuals may not share or offer time to another speaker.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. I'm here this evening to congratulate you, Mayor Sasai and Mayor Pro Tem Tate, for your new appointments. This past year has been very busy and a difficult time in Pinole. The city lost key city officials due to retirement and resigning. The city manager, director of community services director, public works director, and police chief. The city hired city managers just 3 months ago, community services director last year, a new police chief that is going to start this month. I want to thank you all for the hard work you have accomplished. Congratulations to our re-elected council members, Maureen Toms and Devin Murphy. As a taxpayer living in Pinole for 49 years, I'm here to pass on a few words of wisdom that were related to me by people that I know and have met out in the public during the campaign. Always remember that you are here to represent all of us in the community, not special interests or your own agenda. This is the people's house, the people's government. If you need direction, always know that the people and community are there to guide you. Never put your own agenda first. Always remember the people's agenda. Again, thank you all for stepping up and serving the people and city of Pinole. Don't forget, when you campaign for office, you heard from the community, always make decisions for the betterment and future of our city. One thing that was totally clear from speaking to our neighborhoods, that they want things done today and not tomorrow. If they cannot be done, why not? Always remember that we need to stay together and move the city forward. And the only way we can do it is united. Thank you, Mayor, and Happy New Year.
Thank you for your public comment. City Clerk.
No other public comment.
Thank you very much. With that being said, this evening we will actually be moving around our items to accommodate some special guests that we have with us. And this year I'll be making a point to coordinate and ensure the best that we can that we have recipients for all of the proclamations that we issue as a council. So with that being said, we'll take up item 8A first, which is our proclamations for January. Item 8A1 is our proclamation for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And we are honored to have with us to receive this proclamation the Honorable Elihu Harris. Mr. Harris previously served in the California State Assembly, representing the 13th District, where he served as chair of the Assembly Judiciary Committee. In the State Assembly, he actually authored and passed legislation to create the state holiday in California, honoring the life and achievements of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He also served as the mayor of Oakland from 1991 until 1998, chancellor of the Peralta Community College District from 2003 until 2010, and now presiding chairman of the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Center. So welcome, Mr. Harris, and our council will first read out and acknowledge this proclamation to you. Honoring Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., January 20, 2025. Whereas Dr. King came of age in the South during a time when racial discrimination was the law of the land.
Whereas Black Americans risk jail time for accessing public accommodations like drinking fountains, parks, restrooms, restaurants, and hotels, their voting rights were denied by complicated, erroneous, and discriminatory rules. And
Whereas Dr. King imagined a different future for America, an America he called the beloved community, and whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union, and
Whereas his bold leadership and prophetic eloquence united people of all backgrounds in a noble quest for freedom and basic civil rights. And whereas Dr. King's teachings can continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our communities. And whereas when basic voting rights are under attack in our country and people are being targeted in senseless hate crimes, it's crucial that we carry Dr. King's call to action forward and use our moral authority to stand up for what's right. And
whereas the King Day of Service is the only federal holiday commemorated as a national day of service and offers an opportunity for Americans to give back to their communities on the holiday and make an ongoing commitment to service throughout the year.
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim January 20, 2025 as the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, and I encourage all Pinole citizens to observe this day with appropriate civic, community, and service programs in honor of Dr. King's life and legacy. And we'll pass it along to Mr. Harris. It is an honor to have you here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm really honored to be here. It's the first time I've had a chance to be in your beautiful chambers. I think Oakland could take a few updates in terms of what you've been able to do. The one thing that I noticed also is your public speaking was very civil. I'm not used to that in Oakland. They start yelling at you and throwing things. But it's one good way to start talking about Dr. Martin Luther King. I did have the honor and the privilege of introducing the King Holiday Bill in the state of California. It was the first King Holiday Bill in the nation. But even in California, it wasn't a foregone conclusion. I'm going to use language that may be inappropriate but accurate. When I first introduced the bill, I remember asking one of my colleagues if he would support the bill. And he said, well, Ellie, he said, I really would like to support the bill. He said, but if they have a holiday for a nigger, the next thing they want is a holiday for a Mexican. Then we got Cesar Chavez Day, and he quit the legislature. But the point is that people often don't appreciate the representation that Martin Luther King had, not for Democrats or Republicans or any particular racial or cultural group, but for humanity. He was really a champion of human rights and civil rights for everyone, not just in this country, but around the world. And that example, I think, is so important at a time when we are seeming to be less civil and less inclusive. We need to remember that the struggle for justice and equality is far from over. So a number of years ago, actually about 30-some years ago, we formed the Martin Luther King Freedom Center because we wanted young people to understand two of the most important values that Martin Luther King demonstrated. One was civic engagement, that is speaking up and being involved in constructive social change. And the other, perhaps just as important, is nonviolent conflict resolution. We want our young people to understand you don't have to resort to violence, you don't have to be less than civil in your interest in making positive change. And we've been working with young people not only in Oakland, but throughout California and throughout the country to make sure that they understand not only that example, but that legacy that all of us have a responsibility to make up. So I'm really glad and appreciate very much that the city of Pinole recognizes not only that history is important, but that we have to recommit ourselves annually to those goals and those aspirations. Peace, justice, equality is something that everyone should be able to agree on. And if you can't, it's a different problem. But I think anyone who's right-minded and someone who's humanistic in their viewpoint ought to certainly make those part of their benchmarks in life, just as human beings. I'd like to ask Dr. Roy Wilson, who is the executive director of the Martin Luther King Freedom Center, and Dr. Karen Bolke, our development director, if they might make brief remarks. I only got 5 minutes, it took about 4.5 of them. So, excuse me.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and to the members of the City Council. We extend our gratitude to you and to the public this evening. Dr. King urges us that the ultimate measure of a man or woman is not where we stand in times of comfort and convenience, but in times of challenge and controversy. So it's on all of us to carry out that vision and incorporate the acts that Dr. King calls upon us to incorporate in our lives each and every day, and we're grateful for the opportunity to be here this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for what you do for Pinole and for California and beyond. The whole issue of being local and being global is sometimes misperceived in a Kingian perspective. They're interrelated. What happens in the nation happens in Pinole, and what happens in Pinole happens possibly in the nation. We are all examples for one another on how to live better on this planet, and we're very appreciative to be here tonight. The Freedom Center does have statewide programming, so if you would have an interest in us working with some of the students, young people 14 to 24 here in Pinole, I believe the mayor knows how to get a hold of us. God bless and have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Please give another hand to our special guest here. And along those lines, yes, to recommitting our values and to trying to emit those same values of Dr. King, not just on January 20th, but every single day of the year. So we have a proclamation here. We'd love for you three to join us for a photo, the full council, and also executive staff here at the dais.
Two copies of this picture. Autographed by every member of the council.
Actually, if you could squeeze them a little bit.
Everybody get close. I wore deodorant today. You got official photography. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mr. Mayor. We're always friends. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. All right. You remember everything. Amazing, sir. It's so good to see you. Are you enjoying it? Congratulations. I got mine today. It doesn't let me so much.
Thank you again. City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this particular item, item 8A1?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me check online. No speakers.
Speakers. Thank you. And we'll continue on to item 8A2, which is our proclamation for National Day of Racial Healing. Joining with us today from Contra Costa County's Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice are Peter Kim, Co-Director of Race Equity and Community Empowerment, and Kendra Carr, Co-Director of Race Equity and Interagency Engagement. It's an honor to have you both here to receive the proclamation, which we'll go ahead and acknowledge now. National Day of Racial Healing, January 21st, 2025. Whereas the National Day of Racial Healing was created and hosted by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation in 2017, and whereas the special day is an opportunity for people, organizations, and communities to call for racial healing, bring people together in their shared humanity, and take action together to create a more just and equitable world. And
Whereas this annual event builds on the work and learnings of the truth, racial healing, and transformation with which many universities lead the charge, and
Whereas fundamental to this day is a clear understanding that racial healing is at the core of racial equity. This day is observed every year on the Tuesday following Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And
whereas communities across the country will observe the National Day of Racial Healing in unique and meaningful ways by taking action that supports the National Day of Racial Healing, and whereas everyone can bring racial healing into their homes, communities, and institutions. And
whereas the responsibility belongs to all of us to participate in these honest, powerful, and moving experiences and pursue the journey together. Through racial healing, we can all forge deep, meaningful relationships, lay the groundwork to transform broken systems, and create a world in which, together, we are a new force for positive change.
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Sassai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim January 21st, 2025 as a National Day of Racial Healing, and I encourage all Pinole citizens to observe this day by showing your support for racial healing. And a big welcome to Peter and Kendra, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, this is okay. This is on. Yes, thank you, Mayor Sassai. Thank you, members of City Council, members of the public. We would be remiss if we did not mention that today is a little heavy because of the phone calls, the messages that we've received from community members and from community advocates the day after so much of the work for racial justice has been rescinded in executive order. So we just wanted to say that, community members, we hear you, we honor you. And we want to come and just first say thank you. Thank you for this, for recognizing the National Day of Racial Healing, for your bold and courageous statement as elected officials. It means a lot, and it is literally the path that we chart towards healing. And so thank you for recognizing this day and inviting us to come and share a little bit about our office. So Peter and I are the co-directors of the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice. It was launched in October 2023. So we've been here for a little bit over a year. And community members, community advocates through a 2-year process really advocated for this office as a way to hold our county governments accountable to the ways in which racial injustices have just been embedded into the policies and practices. And we have to do like literal, work to undo those. And just a shout out to community advocates who are here, who were a part of that process. But our work ranges across several priority areas, language justice, there's an African American Wellness Center being built. We're committed to reducing racial disparities in the criminal legal system. And so our work spans across several priorities, but it's our commitment that the work of our office continues to remain grounded in what community members let us know are their greatest needs.
And just to add on to Kendra's remarks, our office was born out of community work. It was really out of the tumultuous year of 2020 when we all remember it was not just COVID, but it was also the murder of George Floyd that really launched a series or reinvigorated a series of conversations, protest events that really forced as a nation and of course regionally and locally for us to kind of reckon with where we were at as a country and as a community. And so community members were who voiced the need for an office such as ours, and it was their work of talking to over 3,600 folks throughout Contra Costa through surveys, community cafes, interviews, asking them the question, what's important to you when it comes to inequity? What's important to your communities in terms of needing or receiving what you need for healthy families, for thriving communities? And what was a constant refrain through all the data collected was that people were experiencing, had experienced, continued to experience a lot of harm from engaging with systems, from their communities, within their communities. So this moment of healing is absolutely vital and resonant to what we're trying to do as an office, is to say that healing is often the first step in that process of getting to that transformative place that I think we're all fighting for. We really, really commend you all as a city council and as leadership and as a community that you took this moment to recognize healing as so important, especially on a day such as this when we remember the legacy of Dr. King. We really appreciate y'all for even just inviting us to share the space with you all. And we really look forward to building more bridges and partnerships, not just with leadership, but with the city of Pinole. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kendra and Peter, and we'll be there in the front for a photo with the proclamation.
Thank you.
If I could have you guys all scooch over a little bit more this way, maybe 3 or 4 steps. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2.
City Clerk, any comments on this item?
No public comments.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 883, which is a proclamation for Holocaust Day of Remembrance. Joined with us today is Rabbi Dean Curtis, who serves Temple Beth Hillel in Richmond and the people of in the surrounding areas in Contra Costa County. Rabbi Dean, welcome, and we'll read out this proclamation for the public. Holocaust Remembrance Day, January 27th, 2025. Whereas Holocaust Remembrance Day, each year on January 27th, the world remembers one of the most horrific events in modern history. And
whereas this tragic event is known as the Holocaust occurred during World War II when Nazi Germany killed millions of innocent victims. And whereas on Holocaust Day of Remembrance, we remember the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. And
Whereas the date marks the anniversary of the liberation of the Nazi concentration and extermination camp of Auschwitz-Birkenau by Soviet troops on 27 January 1945. And
whereas it was designated by the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 67 on November 1st, 2005. The resolution came after a special session was held earlier that year on January 24th to mark the 60th anniversary of the liberation of the Nazi concentration camps and the end of the Holocaust. And
whereas in a time of increased anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial, we should be more vigilant in ensuring that people of all ages are educated about these crimes against humanity. Whereas we should remain forever vigilant against hatred, persecution, and tyranny.
now therefore I, Cameron Sassai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim January 27, 2025 as Holocaust Day of Remembrance. And I encourage all Pinole citizens to observe this day and pause and remember victims and survivors of the Holocaust. Welcome, Rabbi Dean.
So, Mayor Sassai, members of the City Council, on behalf of the members of Temple Beth Hillel and the broader Jewish community, which is not affiliated with the synagogue, and the many members of our synagogue who live in Pinole, I want to thank you for this proclamation, and we're grateful that you set aside the time from your busy schedule to remember Holocaust Remembrance Day. As you pointed out, it was created in 2010 by the United Nations to both remember the victims of the Nazi Holocaust, or the Shoah, as we call it in Hebrew, and to promote Holocaust education. There's a popular belief that Holocaust memorials and education help to enlighten people, promote tolerance, and work to prevent the spread of bigotry, intolerance, racial hatred, and anti-Semitism. I have to say I'm not so sure that assumption is valid. And I appreciate that this proclamation comes after the proclamation for the Day of Racial Healing and recognizing Martin Luther King Day, because over the past 5 years at least, and particularly in the last year, we've seen a rise in racist attacks, in bigotry, and in anti-Semitic attacks across our country. Members of my own congregation have been verbally attacked, and one member's home was firebombed here in Richmond. Fortunately, no one was hurt. So bigotry, racism, anti-Semitism are all interconnected. If Holocaust education and memorial aren't succeeding, let me suggest maybe the way we should look at it. The first one is to remember that all human beings, each of us here in this room, are capable of both good or of evil. The Nazis and their helpers throughout Europe were not monsters. They did not come from another planet. They were human beings, just like we all are. They were convinced that Jews, the Roma and Sinti, Slavs, those who were mentally and physically different, were not fully human and had to be killed for the benefit of mankind. And they acted in good faith on that belief. The Nobel Prize-winning Soviet dissident author Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, not between classes, nor between political parties, but right through every human heart. In other words, we are each capable of being perpetrator or victim. It depends on the choices we make. Often our politics obscures our understanding that all of us are human beings, and to see the humanity in each other, particularly with those who we disagree. On this day, and accepting this proclamation, I hope that everyone here takes a moment and searches their heart and remembers that we have far more in common with each other than differences. And when we see someone else or another group of people as outside our circle of compassion or care, we are heading down the road that leads to atrocities. In these political times, we are often quick to condemn, and this is a truth worth remembering. And the second lesson I hope we can take away today is that certainty, whether political or religious or ideological, is another danger to our ability to empathize with others. When we are sure we are right, we can discount those who are different or with whom we disagree, and we can dehumanize them. And dehumanization, for whatever reason or difference, whether racial, religious, or political, is the first step toward moral disaster. With that in mind, I'd like to end with a poem by the late, great Israeli poet Yehuda Amichai. I'll read it in English. It's called The Place Where We Are Right. From the place where we are right, flowers will never grow in the spring. The place where we are right is hard and trampled like a yard. But doubts and loves dig up the world like a mole or a plow, and a whisper will be heard in the place where the ruined house once stood. Thank you again. Perhaps if we bear these two simple yet difficult ideas in mind, we can build a city, a country, and a world where all human beings can live together in peace and dignity. And since I'm a rabbi, I have to close with scripture, as in the words of the prophet Micah, "They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. Never again will they know war, but every family shall sit under its own vine and fig tree with no one to disturb them." So may it be. Thank you.
Rabbi Dean, thank you so much for your meaningful words. We have a proclamation. We'll have council join me at the front. Thank you.
The most dangerous thing a rabbi can say is I only have a few words. I forgot to mention something really important, which is one of our congregants, Michael Nye, wanted to be here, physically wasn't capable, but he's watching on Zoom and he wanted to make sure everyone knew. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that being said, City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, thank you. Rachel Zeimer, please. I'm sorry, Renee Zeimer.
So yes, Michael and I rounded up the troops. I'm here tonight in support of Michael, but also other Bay Area members of our Jewish community. Good evening, Mayor Sassai and members of the council. My name is Renee Zeimer. It's so good to be here tonight to speak about the importance of remembering the Holocaust. Earlier in my career, I served as Assistant Director of the American Jewish Congress, Northern California. And I come from a family that has experienced the horrors of anti-Semitism and the devastation of state-sanctioned murder. Today, anti-Semitism continues to skyrocket in the Bay Area and across the nation. And it's on the rise as knowledge of the Holocaust fades. According to a 2020 survey conducted by the Conference of Jewish Material Claims Against Germany, 63% of Americans between the ages of 18 and 39 aren't even aware that 6 million Jews were systematically murdered during World War II. And I don't know about you, but I find that terrifying and shameful. To safeguard Holocaust history, counter anti-Semitism, and educate students and community members, and to honor their families, second and third generation family members of survivors are telling their grandparents' stories of survival and tragic loss. Jennifer Lowe Mendelson, a second generation survivor, she remembered a time walking hand in hand with her father when she was only 7 years old. And young Jennifer asked her dad, very innocently, "Daddy, why don't you have siblings?" And at that moment, he let her hand go and turned around and cried. It took him years before he could explain that he was his family's sole survivor. We are walking vessels of history. Our parents' and grandparents' stories shape who we are. And I know, Mayor Sassai, from hearing your own family's stories over the weekend, that you understand that the voices of ancestors live on through us. In this case, It's the effects of what happened in the 1930s and 40s. At this precarious moment in our nation's history, I appreciate your taking the time and care to recognize the importance of International Holocaust Remembrance Day, which will be observed this coming Monday on January 27th, the anniversary of when the Auschwitz survivors were liberated. This is a day of reflection, education, and caution that if we ignore or distort history, we do so at our own peril. Thank you again. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeimer. City Clerk, any other public comments?
No other public comment.
And that includes virtually, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I see that we have some great public servants in the back of the room here. I don't want to keep them waiting, so we'll move around actually, and we'll issue a proclamation for Amy Eubanks as Pinole Police Department Officer of the Year for 2024. If council has it ready to go, sounds good. Honoring Amy Eubanks as Pinole Police Department Officer of the Year 2024. Whereas Officer Eubanks was born in Sacramento. She graduated from Woodland Senior High School in Woodland and attended Woodland Community College and UC Davis, where she majored in human development. And
whereas before coming to the Pinole Police Department, Officer Eubanks worked for the largest law enforcement organization in California and the largest statewide association in the nation, Peace Officers Research Association, PORAC, where she was able to assist with the needs of rank and file peace officers. And
whereas Officer Eubanks attended and graduated from the San Joaquin Delta College Basic Police Academy on October 28, 2020, while working full-time for PORAC and attending the academy on nights and weekends. And
whereas Officer Eubanks was hired by the Pinole Police Department on August 9th, 2021 as a police officer, and whereas Officer Eubanks was appointed as traffic officer on February 26, 2024, and whereas Officer Eubanks was elected as the Pinole Police Employees Association president in June of 2024.
Whereas Officer Eubanks' co-workers have previously said she leads with her heart and embodies the core values of the department, and she is inquisitive and actively seeks solutions to problems in the community. And whereas Officer Eubanks represents the core values of Pinole Police Department: honor, integrity, professionalism, and respect.
now therefore I, Cameron Sassai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby wholeheartedly join the Pinole Police Department in proffering the city's most deserved commendation to Officer Amy Eubanks for being selected the Pinole Police Department Officer of the Year, and encourage all residents to acknowledge and applaud her road success and her outstanding contributions to our community. Thank you. And go Aggies, and also please go ahead.
Are you an Aggie then?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Go Aggies. I don't have anything prepared. It's an honor. Mayor, council members, and the Pinole citizens, it's really an honor to receive this, and it's a surprise. And I don't have much to prepare for. I'm grateful to be here and grateful to receive this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council, if you can join me at the front. Thank you. Thank you again. City Clerk, any public comments for this item?
No public comments.
All right. With that being said, we'll move on to item 8A7, which is a proclamation recognizing the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District's Firefighter of the Year. So we begin reading this out to the public. Honoring Teresa Watkins as the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District 2024 Firefighter of the Year. Whereas Teresa Watkins began her fire service career as a firefighter EMT with Rodeo Hercules Fire District on July 1st, 2014, and put herself through paramedic school and obtained her paramedic license in May 2017. And
whereas she rapidly progressed through the ranks, being promoted to fire engineer in 2019 and to fire captain in 2022. After joining Contra Costa Fire Protection District in 2022, she humbly accepted a lateral transfer as a firefighter paramedic, bringing a wealth of leadership and expertise to her new department. Within 2 years, her exceptional performance earned her a promotion to fire engineer paramedic and
Whereas her peers describe her as a model firefighter whose professionalism, teamwork, and passion for helping others set her apart. And whereas Teresa's personal journey overcoming the challenges of homelessness in her youth is an inspiration to all. Her resilience, determination, and commitment to making a difference are core to her work ethos. And
whereas beyond her on-the-job responsibilities, Teresa is deeply involved in outreach efforts, including coaching youth, teaching at Cal Maritime, and actively recruiting women and minorities into the fire service. And
whereas she is a strong advocate for mentorship and development, contributing to the growth of future firefighters through her involvement in physical fitness and EMS training programs. And whereas Teresa Watkins' tireless efforts, mentorship, and profound impact on both the fire service and the community at large make her an extraordinary choice for Firefighter of the Year award.
now therefore I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby join the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District in preferring the department's most deserved commendation to Teresa Watkins for being selected as Firefighter of the Year, and encourage all residents to acknowledge and applaud her road to success. Congratulations. And we'll have council join you for a picture in the front.
Thank you, appreciate it. It is.
Scoot in just a little closer. There we go. There we go. Okay. 1, 2.
right, before we do any, Ms. Watkins, any words you'd like to say for the council? If not, it's totally fine. All righty. Woo. We caught her.
This is the least dangerous thing you'll ever do.
I just want to thank everyone for being here tonight. I'd like to thank my wife, although she couldn't make it. She's my biggest support system. And I also want to thank Confire. They give so much support and opportunity. It's honestly an amazing place to work. I'm humbled and honored to be selected as a Firefighter of the Year, but I don't think it's about me. I'm just a reflection of the great department I work for and my amazing coworkers. So to have been selected is truly an honor. So thank you guys.
Congratulations again. And City Clerk, any public comments on this item?
No comments.
Thank you very much. So we're going to work backwards, and we have two more proclamations left. So we'll start with Lunar New Year, and we have some great folks here to receive that proclamation. Lunar New Year, January 29, 2025. Whereas the Lunar New Year is the beginning of a calendar year based on the lunar calendar and begins in 2025 on January 29th. And whereas the first day of Lunar New Year is called the Spring Festival, and the final day is the Lantern Festival. And whereas the date of the Lunar New Year changes every year because it is based on the lunar calendar. The traditional lunar calendar used in Asia is based on the moon's orbit around the Earth. And
whereas Lunar New Year is always celebrated on the second new moon after the winter solstice, and the years are represented by 12 zodiac animals that rotate through 12-year periods: rat, buffalo, tiger, cat, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Each animal is considered to have different strengths and weaknesses that are believed to be passed on to any person born in that year.
Whereas 2025 is the year of the snake, a symbol that symbolizes good fortune and fertility. And whereas people born in its year are seen and said to be wise, mysterious, and creative. They are also thought to be deep thinkers, dynamic speakers, and intuitive. And
whereas Lunar New Year is considered a very important holiday in China, Vietnam, Mongolia, North and South Korea, and other parts of Asia. It is an opportunity to reunite with family and celebrate traditions dating back over 4,000 years. And
whereas the City of Pinole welcomes the Lunar New Year, wishing you and your family happiness, prosperity, fortune, and good health in the year of the snake.
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, proclaim January 29th, 2025 as Lunar New Year in the City of Pinole and commend its observance to all citizens. And I want to welcome our special guest here, Vivo, the Executive Director of the Contra Costa Asian American Pacific Islander Coalition. Welcome.
Hello, thank you everyone for being here. First, I want to say I'm not feeling too well right now. It's been really cold lately, but I'm going to try to keep this succinct, which I'm not very good at, but let's see what we can do. Back in 2022, the Board of Supervisors of Contra Costa County approached me about creating the first Lunar New Year celebration on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for the entire county. At that time, the County of Contra Costa as a county had never celebrated Lunar New Year's ever before. This was the first time. I can say, looking back, that there was a lot of hesitation. There was a lot of concerns, a lot of questions on how well this would be received. Would this be a good use of taxpayer dollars? Would the government, would the community be invested? Would they show up? Would there be participation? Those type of questions. I am happy to share that between 2022 and 2024, we went from celebrating the very first Lunar New Year celebration and resolution in 2022 to hosting the most successful, the second May Heritage Month API Heritage Month celebration event in Contra Costa history, which ended up being the most successful Board of Supervisors celebration and event in Contra Costa history. And Cameron we met there, remember? It was a very successful event, and it was the most celebrated and most well-attended event in Contra Costa history. Now, I share that with you to show that, at the beginning, people were very doubtful, very nervous, I can say. And we took a gamble, and we took that gamble because we knew that the need was there, the legitimacy was there, and the need was there. People wanted celebration. People wanted to be included. People, instead of, the API community has this reputation of being invisible, of being disinterested, of being not invested in civics and the surrounding community, right? But this event here showed the importance of including everyone in the community, and that everybody wants to be a part of a society, of a community. And so I just want to say that this gesture and this resolution here today is very important. It is extremely important to our community. And I will say that gestures like this demonstrate and validate the existence of people and communities, right? And I think I speak for everyone when I say that in this day and age, given everything that's been happening, given the last couple of days, existence is resistance. And this is the moment where we need everyone to be a part of the resistance. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Fee, and we'll have the council join me for the proclamation. Thank you so much, V. And City Clerk Bell, any public comments?
No comments.
No comments. Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have a very new proclamation, first time that has been issued in the city of Pinole. And it was great to work with the recipients to work in the language and make sure that it's accurate. And also with Karen Korematsu, who is Fred Korematsu's daughter. I had a conversation with her earlier this week, and so I'm very proud to issue this for the very first time in the city of Pinole. So this is Fred Korematsu, Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution, January 30th, 2025. Whereas January 30th marks the anniversary of the birth of Fred Korematsu, who was born in Oakland, California in 1919, and who, during World War II, courageously resisted the unlawful internment of Japanese Americans by defying the United States government's exclusion orders based solely on race and ancestry. And whereas after graduating from Castlemont High School in 1937, Fred Korematsu attempted to enlist in the U.S. National Guard and Coast Guard, but was rejected due to his enemy alien classification, despite being a U.S. citizen. He trained as a welder and worked in Oakland shipyards, rising to foreman until his union excluded people of Japanese ancestry. During this time, Korematsu faced widespread discrimination, including being denied service, employment, and the right to live and travel freely in California. And
whereas in 1942, Korematsu was arrested and convicted for defying Civilian Exclusion Order Number 34, issued under President Franklin D. Roosevelt's Executive Order 9066, which mandated the forced incarceration of over 100,000 Americans of Japanese descent. Rather than reporting to the Assembly Center with his family, Korematsu chose to remain free and live as an American citizen in California. And
whereas following World War II and the release of Japanese Americans from the concentration camps, Korematsu attempted to resume his life as an American citizen, marrying his wife Catherine and raising 2 children, Karen, and Ken. Despite maintaining his innocence, his conviction continued to impact his basic rights, including his ability to obtain employment. And
whereas Fred Korematsu's conviction was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1944. But in 1983, after newly discovered evidence revealed that the U.S. government had knowingly suppressed evidence that Japanese Americans were not a threat to national security, Korematsu's conviction was overturned by the United States District Court for the Northern District of California, with the court acknowledging the grave injustice done to Japanese Americans during World War II. And
whereas Fred Korematsu's lifelong fight for justice symbolizes the principles of liberty, due process, and equality guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution, particularly the 5th and 14th Amendments. And whereas Fred Korematsu's case played a pivotal role in the Japanese American redress movement and the passage of the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which provided reparations to those wrongfully incarcerated, and whereas the observance of Fred Korematsu Day serves as a reminder to uphold constitutional rights for all people, regardless of status or background, especially in times of crisis, and to never forget the injustices that can occur when civil liberties are compromised.
Now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim January 30th, 2025 as Fred Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution in the City of Pinole, and encourage all citizens to observe this day through activities, learning, and demonstrations. And we have some honored guests here with us tonight from the Contra Costa JCL, President Jim Oshima, board members Yoko Olsgaard and Flora Ninomiya. Long time no see. No, we were together yesterday to march in El Cerrito for the MLK Day Parade and represent Contra Costa JCL. So please feel free to join us at the front.
We're going to do the picture first?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine.
We just changed. Thank you very much, Mayor Sasai and the City of Pinole and citizens and the City Council. Thank you so very much for remembering Mr. Korematsu today. He has been a great symbol of how important it is to dissent and think for yourself. And I think at this time, having listened to all of the presentations today, it's very clear that history needs to be talked about. And so these proclamations that you made today are going to help everyone remember where we don't want to go again. And so it's very important to tell the story, to educate people that it really did happen, and what's happened to everybody since and what happened to them when they got home. All those things are very important. And also that we continue to remember that other people can have their civil rights violated as well. And in these days, they're turbulent, and it can change from one culture, one race to another. It's the targets of discrimination never seem to get relief from that discrimination. And so our work
as the Japanese American Citizens League, the Contra Costa chapter anyway, we are focusing on making bridges across to other minorities so that we want to make sure no one gets dropped between the cracks. So when you look at Asians, there's all kinds of Asians, but some of them aren't doing as well and need help. And that's where we're trying to focus. And we have just joined the API coalition that the executive director is Vivo. You heard her today. So we're working together, and you will see us doing some things that are going to help educate people. We're working on a project right now with the library system to come up with educational materials so that the story of people that were in the camps, and there's one here today, Flora Ninomiya is here, and she was there. And I don't want her story to go away when she leaves us someday to go to heaven to be with her sister. I really think that we need to capture these stories, document them, and make them available to anyone who wants to see them and hear about it. So that's what we're focusing on today, this year, and we'll continue every year to continue to do this kind of work so that it never happens again to any other group in this country. Thank you very much, Mayor Sasai and the City Council of Pinole, for a very good proclamation. Thank you.
This is the second time I've been here in front of the Pinole City Council. The first time was for their proclamation for the Day of Remembrance, February 19th, 1942, in which my family and ethnic Japanese were incarcerated just based on their ethnicity. So I really want to thank the City Council and staff members for allowing me to participate in this day, showing how the efforts of the many proclamations they've done today are to unite communities instead of keep us in little silos. And your work of this just sets the tone that together we're stronger in America than divided. So I want to thank the council members and staff for all of their work in putting these things together. Thank you very much.
And City Clerk Bell, any comments, public comments for this?
No comments.
Thank you. So that concludes our proclamations for this evening. Thank you very much for our guests for being here. And we'll move on to item 8B, which is our presentations for this evening. The first is a summary of Glow Pinole by Community Services Director Andrea Dwyer. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, my name is Andrea Dwyer, Community Services Director, and I am very excited to share that. Thank you for your patience, everybody, tonight. Those are wonderful proclamations, and we have the winners of Glow Pinole before us. So tonight what we'll do is we will go ahead and announce the category and the winners, and then we will give them a certificate here, and hopefully we can do a handshake with City Council and then a full picture once everybody is up in front. So we are happy to announce, and just to kind of give some backstory, Glow Pinole was absolutely wonderful. We saw over 1,000 views on our interactive map. The community was very engaged. We received great feedback for future years. The residents really wanted a more part of it and a longer part of it. And so we're gonna open it up sooner this current year. So we're hoping to be ready to kick it off in November, and just really got us in the holiday spirit, which was beautiful. And businesses being a part of that was wonderful. So we really wanna just thank the community, the businesses, and everybody just for being a part of Glow Pinole. And specifically, the people who registered and took a chance. They put signs in their yard. They committed to having their lights on for the full duration, which was absolutely beautiful. And the photos that we received were magical. It truly did glow Pinole, which was the intention. And so just a round of applause for the program, if I could. I just really thank you, everybody, for participating. And so first, we are happy to announce that the best holiday theme will go to Juan Ruiz and Yemi Hernandez. So round of applause. Those are the best holiday theme. Best use of lights, Lance Smith and Amber Mikasa. Come forward. You can line up here, line up here. Incredible Inflatables, Joanna Jimenez and Taryn Sear. And for our businesses, best use of lights is House of Lilith, and the best window display was Treasure Hunt Shop. So full round of applause, and thank you to all of you, great community. So now I'm going to give you yours, Mr. Ruiz. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm gonna have you just come on up. All right. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Come up. Fiona, there you go.
Got a big group here. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can't wait to hear. Oh, we're so good. Good. We love that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. And we're going to move on to our next presentation. So good seeing you all, and congratulations again. City Clerk Bell, any public comments for item 8?
No comments.
Oh, thank you. Then we'll move on to our second presentation, which is an overview of the Community Services Department. Go ahead, Director Dwyer.
Thank you. Thank you for your assistance with those photo opportunities. Tonight, I present to you a presentation of a Community Services Department update and what's been going on and a little bit of what will be happening this year. Next slide. So like I said, it'll be an overview and an update. Next slide. So just to give some information, the mission of the Community Services Department is to enrich the lives of diverse Pinole community by providing high quality recreation and quality of life programs for residents of all ages. Next slide. The team is made up of 3 recreation coordinators, Ms. Jalen Campbell, Christine Murray, and Christina Allstrand. And then our recreation manager, Maria Picasso, who unfortunately was not able to be here tonight. And then myself, Andrea Dwyer, the director. Next slide. As listed, we cover several services and divisions and subdivisions. We have special events administration, Tiny Tots through our Parks and Rec department, the Youth Center and Programs, Senior Center, Swim Center, Tennis Court and Memorial Hall, Library and Animal Services, as well as Community Health and Food, all within the Community Services Department. Next slide. A piece of that for our department is special events. It is one of our more larger divisions in that we have the events that you see here. This year, this is an evolution and always developing list as we like to work in collaboration. And sometimes you are given a donation, a sizable donation in collaboration with a soccer league, and you add on a re-grand opening of a park. And so there are the annual events that we have, and then there's ones that are that we kind of move around. So this year we'll have the re-grand opening, our egg hunt, community service day, Pride Juneteenth, July 4th, summer movie and concert series. We have our outdoor series for the fall. We have tree lighting, a holiday breakfast, and Glow Pinole. And so the great thing about being able to provide these special events is that this list is just a piece of them. As I stated, we also work in conjunction with community groups, and so we help support them and assist them through theirs. For example, we help support through marketing and efforts for registration for a local group that was doing a turkey trot. We also have people that do annual turkey giveaways, or we had people doing Christmas tree donations. So we also work collaboratively to assist community groups in their events. So we always look for ways to partner if it makes sense, and we always welcome dual collaboration. So tonight, what we actually have for you is, if you're ever wondering what the tree lighting is like, we have a video for you from our tree lighting from 2024, which was just last month. It is a tradition that we like to provide, so we are going to now showcase that video for you. Enjoy.
We're out here at Fernandez Park. Make sure to join us for our annual tree lighting event where you're able to have so much fun, entertainment, and festive activities for you and your family to enjoy. to light the tree tonight in his honor, but she's going to need some help with the countdown. So can I get everybody to help me count down from 5? So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So a very big shout out to the Pinole Community Television, PCTV, for that video. Wonderfully put and really just kept the essence of the event that night. So thank you to all. And the last piece we also added to that this year of tree lighting was the shop and stroll. And so we had over 150 cards received, which meant that those people went to every single business. There were 6 on the shop and stroll card, and it was wonderful. The community feedback, the business feedback was so beautiful. So that's something that we're going to look to do more of, that collaboration with our locals in many different ways. So if people have ideas, please feel free to let us know. Next slide, please. Thank you. So within our department, we assist with 13 city parks. Something that is new that wasn't identified, and so this is newly added to the list, is facility rentals. As of 2 weeks ago, we are officially open for facility rentals, and I say that with the biggest breath. It is beautiful to be able to invite people to our space in Pinole and ask them to host their wedding reception or birthdays. So we have received bookings and inquiries around the clock, and it's magical. So people are very excited to come back to Pinole and book with Pinole. So please encourage, spread the news. We are open and available. We operate our Tiny Tots preschool programs and classes, youth center camps, classes and activities, senior center services, classes, dining, special events, swim center, maintenance and collaboration with our Pinole SEALs who help us and assist us with those classes and programs, community connections throughout, tennis court rentals and classes, and the Memorial Hall and the Community Playhouse. Next slide. We also oversee the library and animal services contract, so in coordination and execution of the library agreement, and we also collaborate on events, rentals, and services with them, and then also the animal services execution agreement falls within community services as well. Next slide. The community and health and food piece of our team, we manage the contract with Pacific Coast Farmers Market, PCFMA, to offer the weekly farmers markets on Saturday mornings. And then we also are under and collaborate with the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano to be able to provide food resources for our community. So we had food distribution services and also a drive-through food program. So these are just photos from those events. The top left photo that you'll see with the bags there, we were able to bag 82 bags of produce and goods from the food bank, and it was very busy, which is beautiful for the community to be able to know that we are a resource for them. So we are constantly working with them. We have doubled our use from previous years, and so we met directly with the food bank, just trying to expand those services. There's people in need, and so we are doing our best to provide what we can. The food bank was limited at this time, so we're doing our best to see what that looks like and how Pinole can be a spot for them. Next slide. As we stated, Pinole SEALs is in collaboration with the city of Pinole to offer services and programs. This year was a shortened year for us. We did close down earlier than anticipated, but still hit revenue higher than we did in years past. So that was beautiful. Shorter season, higher revenue. So that was beautiful. With participants for rec swim, there was about, I'm just going to do the round, the 5,000. Lap swim was around 900. Zumba and swim passes around 700. Zumba for 670 and swim passes for 29. Getting people to buy swim passes is something that is not actually very easy. If you ever sat down and sold a swim pass to somebody, it's very difficult. You can't make plans to commit to a season. And so these are great numbers. We've had, for swim lessons from June through September, 530, and 90% of the classes were at capacity with a wait list. People love swim lessons, which is beautiful. We just didn't have the space to offer more, or the instructors. So if you know of any lifeguards, send them our way. We are in collaboration to start hiring for lifeguards through the Pinole SEALs. We also offered parent and child classes, so there were 39 spots for those, and then around 127,000 of revenue, which included rec swim, lap swim, swim lessons, and facility rentals. This year, which was wonderful, was we opened up reservations for pool parties, and so we did private ones and public offerings. Some were during rec swim specifically, and some were outside of rec swim. So different features, different functions. And we also were able to open up registration, which was going to go until the fall. We had some system issues with our pool, so we did have to close down earlier than anticipated. So we're doing our best to get back on track for the new year. That is our goal. Next slide. Current projects, we did hit on some of these, but just as a recap, the facility rentals are open. We have not opened our doors to the public since 2019 for rentals. We did have a couple here and there, but now we are fully open and available. The photos on the right are the rehabilitated soccer field. The middle one is what we saw a couple months ago. And the bottom is where we're at as of last week. So it is a beautiful sight to see. And we are very excited for that reopen ceremony. Indoor dining for our seniors has returned. It was a top priority to get them socializing again. And so we are serving our seniors again indoors. And we are selling out of our lunch program tickets, which is beautiful. The department alone for community services has received over $175,000. That is keeping in mind the $167,000 of the soccer field. So that is that piece of it, the big chunk of it. We are beautifying Fernandez Park. So as we put out an official news story, our trees will be getting pollarded this week. Due to the health and safety of those trees, they do need to be cut back. Due to health and safety of others, they are very heavy from the rains. And so we executed a contract to be able to fix that. And we are so excited this week. They will be doing that around Fernandez Park, not just in one area, but we took a look at the hazardous ones that were surrounding it. So that will take place the end of this week. And then after the trees are done, we also will be relighting that field. We had some maintenance lighting issues that we were able to fix. And so the following week, we will be fixing those lights. And currently, we will be taking reservations for the evenings, which will also boost our facility rental revenue by bringing in our baseball leagues and softball leagues for the evening times. We've added new special events. We've increased class offerings for youth, adults, and seniors. We are actively fixing broken equipment at the swim center and senior center. We're a really big priority to get those looked at. And then we've offered youth break camps for the first time since before the pandemic, which is beautiful. The parents have been very pleased to see that we have things to offer, and so we are reopening our doors, and people, and as I've stated before, people are showing up, Pinoleans are showing up, and they are registering, and we are ready to receive them. Next slide. That is the conclusion of the summary of the community services team and the report and where we are thus far this year. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Director Dwyer. We'll start to my right, Councilor Martinez-Rubin, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Had to orient myself. Thank you for your report, Director Dwyer. Have a few questions. Sunday, I took a walk down Tennant. Noticed trucks, service trucks and other things on the north side of the softball field at Fernandez Park. What is going on there?
Oh, the city manager.
I can speak to that. We are using some of that property to stage for some of our public works projects that are happening with Pinole, working on the sewer project there. So we are staging, and so that's what you're seeing. And that project is going very well and well underway too. So it shouldn't be too much longer that those trucks are there.
Okay, thank you. And is that sewer-related project Quinnen? Not Quinnen, Pinole. Okay.
Pinole,
And we
yes.
also have something on consent calendar related to that.
That is correct,
Got it.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the connection. You mentioned community connections listed under some of the different activities or programs. Is that a program, or is that is it highlighted as community connections because that's the result of much of what you do?
Exactly. We are connections between Pinole artisans and the Pinole Playhouse and Pinole. There's so many connections that we are constantly around the clock doing that it contributes to the work that we are doing, yes.
Thank you. Regarding the coordination and execution of the library agreement, where are we with that? When, really my question is, when will that library, I know there's some work that needs to be done by the county before it's offered, delivered to us as a city?
Yes, so we are still in discussions with the library, and the way that we currently are looking at this, they are going to be doing some renovations to that building and then turning it over to us. I have a meeting scheduled with them in early February, and I'll come back with some additional details once we've discussed that a little bit further.
Fair enough, thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Dave.
So I just want to say the light show. I didn't get a chance to say to the rest of the teams that won the prizes, but that was a hit. I mean, the kids loved it. They were doing the little tours. We were driving around. So I got to say thank you for the creativity and the success on that front. My questions really are about the craft fair that we had. I mentioned to some of the staff because I walked around with my kids and I was kind of dressed down. I don't think anybody knew who I was, but I was like, how to go, they were saying, just feedback for you and your team, that they sold 3 times what they would normally sell at other craft fairs. So that was just some input. People loved it. My kids loved it. I started touching stuff. I was like, hey, you guys can't, we're not buying anything right now, right? We're just doing some fact finding. But so I would say that if we could find ways to loop them into other events, like if we had the car show and the senior center's open, to kind of couple the craft fair, that way we can get more of the demographic of Pinole and some people that really love the craft. So I was gonna say, question-wise, I know we talked about the pool, and we talked about the senior center getting renovations so that we can start to charge more for the spaces, and they offer a little bit more of the technology. How are we doing with that? And I know the senior center, there's been some work done, but just trying to understand what your vision is for those 2 spaces and how they grow.
I love that. If I could also, the craft fair is so popular. We did a secondary craft show in May, and it was a bust. And it was truly because the holidays are so good because you need gifts and things. We ran it for 2 years, and both weren't successful. So they've actually, the seniors have said no, that vendors were having a hard time. But to your point, connecting the senior center with our events is something we're really wanting to engage with. So we'll continue to keep that in mind. As far as the senior center, I am very happy. City Manager Young is probably sick of me saying all the updates of things. A lot of our centers have dilapidated systems or things that we just need to tend to, and we need to ask the questions as to why they're not. And so we're doing a wonderful job asking the why and then finding solutions. The senior center specifically is going to have new blinds as of February 12th is the estimated date from the contractor, which will go a long way. We are looking, there are dollars already budgeted to look at quotes to secure new floors for that space. They are 25-year floors, and there's divots and things like that. It's almost like the gopher holes that were there at the parks. It's like that for floor spaces. And so we are on track to open up that RFP, secure those we've secured the funding, but then implement those projects. We've replaced grease traps. We've replaced a computer system at the swim center, which will alert us of chemicals and the balancing of them. So we're doing the key components first for the services, and then also looping in aesthetics. So when we do the blinds, we have a week that we've scheduled with Public Works, who will then be doing a paint job to actively paint key areas in our senior center. So we're working in tandem and very collaboratively with our teams that we have around timing, and also keeping the seniors up to date, because we want to limit the effect on programming. But what I continuously see is there's funding that is there for projects and things. We just needed to find the time for staff to execute them, and we're there. And we have hit the ground running with those projects, and there's it's gonna continue to look great.
Great.
If I can add one thing, we're also actively working on getting the roof and HVAC system replaced and updated. So that's something that will be completed in the very near future as well.
Awesome. And I know that we talked about the capital plan and, what these larger projects would look like, but I think it's important that we have these presentations and talk about those small incremental wins that we continuously seem to be getting. And then everybody asks, well, what about the next? And what about the next? I'm sure, the park's beautiful, right? And people are going to ask, well, when are we going to do the next park? So we just want to kind of be ready for those questions, and then those small wins, if we can accent them in some way. I think that's great, even if it's in this forum or just a flyer that goes out or a post or something that people can see on social media, because frankly, this is what people, I know my time on council, this is what they're asking for. Those small incremental changes and enhancements that I think that Pinole's totally capable of, and you've demonstrated. So I want to say thank you to you and your team. Been doing great.
Thank you. We are very proud of them, screaming them from the rooftops as soon as the roof gets replaced. But we are working hard, and one of the residents, or my report earlier, mentioned about how residents are saying they want to see, we want to show that. And so behind the scenes, we are working really hard to show that. We are doing our best at getting it on social media. So the tree project is on there, and then we were able to put out a mailer for the reopening of the soccer field. So our goal is to get the word out there as much as possible, and we will continuously do that. These small projects truly make a difference to our community, so thank you for supporting them.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tate. We'll go to Councilor Murphy.
Yes, thank you. And I too appreciate the department updates. These have been so helpful to understand kind of, again, the big, the small, and also the pieces that make the big. So thank you again. The work that your department has done just in this past year. Director Dwyer, when did you start in the city?
May 6th.
May 6th of last year?
Yes, of last year.
Okay. You have completely changed this department, and I just want to commend you on your work. It's been phenomenal. And I will say that and I love our staff. One of the challenges when I first joined the council was that I saw so much potential in the community services department. But as a policymaker, we often, and you referenced this, we often have to look at problems by way of data. And in order to essentially invest more in things that have great advantage, sometimes you have to look in data. And so something that I see about your department update that I really want residents to see tonight is that there was a time where our community services department maybe had the data, but didn't know how to use it to show the level of investment that not only us as a council should make into the department, but also the community itself. And my challenge and my frustration joining was I knew that the community valued what was going on in the community services department. But to transfer that over to the knowledge base and the data to prove that was really challenging. So I just want to commend your presentation first and foremost on providing those data sets that really showcase what I know is spiritual about this community, that we love these programs, that we love these events, and transforming that and using data to prove that we as a council, as policymakers, really need to invest in the department. So I just, first of all, want to say thank you, because it's so telling to where we've been and where we're going, and I'm just really excited about it. The question I had two questions. first question is, and you probably have so many events, so maybe this is just one of those things that was missed, but the Pinole Earth Walk and Festival, is that under your department, or is that a different department that works on that project?
So Dumpster Day and Earthwalk are, we intentionally didn't list them because they're collaboratively with other departments. And so they really take the lead on it. So it's their joy that they should present on. But you are correct. They are still something that's offered, and it's not really ours. We assist them on the back end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know that. And looking forward to those department updates too, to talk about those projects, of course, because Dumpster Day is one of the pretty well attended. I think I'm being kind by saying well attended. It feels like it's a concert for Pinole.
For us, that's a full Public Works one. So Public Works took it over last year. So we were like, we can't take the credit for that.
Well, they do a great job. I just know it's one of our popular programs in this city. So what I'll say is, I just also, and maybe this is more of a suggestion than a question, and you've done it through so data collection, data tools. A lot of the time we have events, and again, we don't want to overwhelm our residents in collecting data, but it helps us inform both the council, but also just the community about making safe decisions, understanding the who's, the what, and why we do these events. So I wanted to say it's really great to see that you've used the new program Shop Pinole or Shop and Stroll Pinole to collect data in a different way. The passports, I feel like, are a great way to kind of acknowledge attendance at these things, right? And whether it's 1 or 6 businesses, I think that's phenomenal. Just want to encourage you all to continue to find ways to demonstrate that type of data. It's really helpful for us to get. And for you to say 150, I think that was the number, people turned in a passport to show that they supported 6 businesses in Pinole. That's not just data that is helpful in the sense of 150 people. It's also like, essentially, those are sales taxes going back to our city. And so I think that just is, just want to suggest any way that we can support you all in developing those models. You've done it there, but if there's other programs, I would love to see more of that. And so that's kind of like a suggestion, but really a question in the future if you have a vision for what that looks like. Because at this point, I've heard mostly us clicking kind of like tools and walking around, but is there a vision that you have in terms of what that looks like to demonstrate attendance or demonstrate impact of these programs as it pertains to data in general?
I think I was in the wrong career because I love finance, so I love numbers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so data, I love that. So when I first arrived to Pinole, I asked the question about attendance and what really drives these events. Is it attendance-based or is it more so community-based? I've been a part of, or is it financial, right? There's different set points. We do have clickers because it's at least a place to start. It was very easy to do so at the 4th of July event because there was one entrance and one egress. So it was that entrance was, you were there. It does get more difficult at Fernandez Park when there's multiple areas. We used to base things off of how many crafts we had, or we know how many shop and stroll cards we gave away, but truly how many were received is really what we care more for, the collection piece. And so as we move forward, we are looking at those to see how many businesses were we reached out to, how many did we work with, how many of those factual things that we can produce. I would love to see attendance. For me, I would love if there was a possibility to do they had to come and pick up something for the event itself. And so that you would be giving these away. And so then how many people. So it's something that we're looking into. It's not as concrete with community events, but there are things like holiday breakfast, which really make it easy because there's tickets to be sold. But then the other ones like egg hunt, we can say how many eggs we've purchased and how many prizes and things of that sort. But that truly is Disneyland 2.0 for us. So we are looking for those, but I think something that you had just said is finding even just new ways for that again, somebody would want to pick this up if they were in attendance. Similarly, we had a sponsorship from Redwood Public Law that we were able to give away 500 of our glow necklaces for the event. And so multiple kids got these safety glow necklaces. And so we knew those were all picked up. And so at tree lighting, I can tell you that 500 kids and adults got those necklaces. So that was great to be able to tell people well, we know at least it was this. So we're working on that, especially with our locations and our vision, working with City Manager Young on what that vision is for tree lighting and our events as they move forward, because we have an opportunity here to kind of create bigger and better each year. So I hope to bring back more data in the future.
That sounds great. And thank you for that vision. I think it's so important. And again, it helps us just to make better policy decisions around investment of our programs, and also what it seems to be an expansion of the vision for the department, including community health and food. I wanted to just speak to that I think, I don't know what year it was, but your predecessor worked on kind of a memo for the council about the food bank. And we started the food bank really, in efforts of addressing food insecurity. I think there might be a close to time where we consider additional data that kind of, right now, my understanding is that when we first started the food bank in 2020, we essentially had non-perishable and options, more options than we have today. I think now we offer, my understanding is onions and potatoes and apples, perhaps?
It changes from the food bank, but
monthly, okay. So I guess maybe I need an update on like that piece is like, what are we actually offering? It seemed like we began to have a more expansive portfolio of foods, and we kind of now are limited based on, of course, the food bank's partnership with us. So just wondering about your understanding of like, again, are those offerings, or how are we assessing those offerings to our community? Do we still count the number of people who go through the drive-through food bank? And also, as we think about either expanding or condensing the food bank or the community health food that we have, how can we understand kind of the service level that we have and what the needs of the community are?
Thank you. Jeremy Rogers was my predecessor, and when it was started, it was what the food bank was committing to. It does change. We don't know what we're getting in advance. The food bank drops off pallets. We have great communication with them. It's just what their capacity is. Okay. With those pallets, we do collect data. We have to collect exactly like number of people in your household. So we have senior volunteers that are out there, and they ask each car a question for the drive-through program, and they ask each car a question as to how many people are in their household, and then they give them 1 or 2 bags depending, and then those bags are the onions or different things, potatoes. It's something that could last them. So they look for things that could be used multiple times. And then there's also a program that we run that is a resource program, but it's like last week they gave olive oil and potatoes, and it was a large gallon of olive oil, which can get really far. During that time, I had a conversation because we do have people, there's some months where we have nothing left. And then there's other months that we have a bunch of things left. And it's not so much winter versus summer. We haven't found any rhyme or reason to it yet. So the food bank won't increase our numbers until we show them consistent selling out. And so they're very hesitant to increase Pinole's numbers because the next number we almost had to double our numbers, and we just couldn't do it. And so even if we ran out, we would count the number of people who would come, so we could tell them, well, we could have served this many had you done more, and they said we weren't close to it, so this is all we get right now. With that said, the resource program that we did last week with the food bank, we talked about a program that they have, which is called a choice program, where we currently are a pre-bag site. In Contra Costa County, we are one of 81 locations that the food bank does this with. The pre-bagged ones are ones that everybody gets the same. So they got 4 potatoes, olive oil, canned milk, like they got these basic things. And then when people come, if they qualify, there's a food bank representative there, and then there's one of our staff there. We hand them out. What the problem is not every senior can eat potatoes. Not every person can have, what we're bagging for them, but it's a bag. They take it and they go. That's it. No questions asked, truly, other than, of what you want. Mm-hmm. And so what the food bank was finding was if we created a system, they have it in other cities and it's going really well for them. And they produce this program where the seniors get to choose. And so by doing that, you would be able to extend those 80 people you're serving it to, because you're creating more bags from that one bag. So they still only get the 4 potatoes, but if they didn't want potatoes, then the next person potentially could have those. And so we are working on transitioning because of our single-use plastic ordinance. We can't continue to do the way we're doing it now. Also, the food bank is really going away from what we're doing, which is the pre-bagged, because they want to give the seniors the ability to be able to select and have that pride of selecting the food themselves. It is fresh off the take, so I apologize, City Manager Young, I haven't vetted that out with you, but that is our future of the food bank resources. And so we haven't doubled for the drive-through program yet. I'll be more than happy to share the data. We have been putting that into our social media a little bit more about how much we can provide to people and what we've hit. We're just so far from hitting the next level of what they'll service. But on the other side, we'll be able to win a little bit more to provide more resources for people in need.
Thank you. That's incredibly helpful and a great vision for our city. And hopefully that the partnership expands with the food bank as well. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. We'll move on to Councilor Toms.
Yes, and there's only a few questions left that haven't been asked. Swim Center, are the improvements completed? Or do we have a timeline for when they're going to be completed?
They are not fully completed. We are still what we consider the off season. I took a walkthrough with our Pinole Seals team today, the president and treasurer. I took a walkthrough with them, the new president. And so we created a list. I will then obviously meet with our public works team. We do have a new computer system in place, which is going to heavily help us with the issues at hand. There's still work that needs to be done, but we will address them as soon as we can, and we're excited about the collaboration again.
Okay, that's good. Good to hear that you had a walkthrough today, because I had communication last week with them. So, the other thing is, do you have dates yet for the Earth Walk and the Easter egg hunt?
Earth Walk, I do not. Lily might, Miss Director Whalen might have it, but and I'm sorry, and the egg hunt, yes, it's actually all the egg hunt is on our city website. Okay. All of our dates are there, and events. I'm not sure about Earth Walk though. That's not
okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Can you clarify that all the dates, what you mean by that? I think I know, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. Thank you. So our 2025 dates are on our events page. And so if you go to pinole.gov, actually /events, you will be able to see information like facility rentals and special events. And so the annual events are listed there. And then if we do have community members that are interested in collaborating, and they, for instance, the turkey trot, we were able to put them on our city calendar as well. And so we post that information on the calendar so community members also know that there is that information to enjoy in the city of Pinole too. We do encourage people to do that. It's a great tool and feature to use. And then Earth Walk is April 19th.
Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toms. And my questions have been asked by my colleagues and answered. So thank you for the comprehensive presentation. And one of the things I want to underscore the importance of is really our facilities, and particularly those that we rent out. Those are not just opportunities for community benefit, but those are also opportunities for revenue. And those things we really focus on here in Pinole, and just really supportive of those improvements and want to see those things advanced here in the council. So thank you again for your presentation. City Clerk Bill, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. So we have an online commenter, Anthony Vosbrink. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Anthony, a longtime senior citizen, taxpayer, homeowner in Pinole. I had a few questions for the Director of Community Services and the Council. The Senior Center, nothing was mentioned about the update with the Senior Center parking lot. Is that something that is on somebody's back burner, or we're going to forget about it, because that's a lot of money, and we have financial issues and challenges moving forward. Not just because we got the sales tax increase is not going to make everything hunky dory, because that was budgeted for $250,000 originally with Tamara Miller and Michelle Fitzer and the group before that, and then it went to $500,000, and someone said now it's over close to on either side of $1 million, because they have to do electrical and some kind of EV panels and things, and we should revisit whether we should really have another concrete jungle over there on Charles Avenue in the senior center. And also in the senior center, there's a security camera I noted or saw down on the end of the parking lot. Is that functioning? Because there are several incidences that have been going on over there in the last several months, and someone has asked me, it's attached to the light pole on the back end in front of the gift shop or by the delivery. And as far as attracting rentals and so on, I think they need to clean up the tennis courts and the outside library area to some degree. The tennis courts haven't been maintained. The back tennis court is all overgrown bushes and trees, and a lot of my senior friends and participants have brought it to the city's attention on more than one occasion, they told me, whether they called or what have you, and it's still protruding.
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
Back corner of the tennis court. The outdoor bathroom, which is part of the library or the city maintains that, that's been closed down and boarded up now for several weeks with no notice, no posting of sign on the plywood door that they boarded up and closed down. There's one or two homeless people living in the back of that parking lot. Also with Fernandez Park, baseball park, that's full of gopher holes too. So what are you doing to fill up the gopher holes on the Fernandez baseball diamond, as well as to address cleaning up the bathrooms at Pinole Valley Park with real plastic or ceramic toilet
Thank
seats,
you very much,
before-
Mr. Vosbrink, for your input and your questions. I want to reiterate that we have 3 minutes per public comment. This is not the only opportunity to reach out to me and council and staff. We'll make sure that Director Dwyer gets back to your concerns after the council meeting. City Clerk Bill, any other public comments for this item?
Looks like we have Irma Ruport.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, real quickly, thank you for your report. It was excellent. I'm a Community Services Commissioner, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I attended a couple of the events last year, and I did meet up with a couple of the student body presidents of the schools. They have community credit offered by the district for the students. My question is it any way through, Mayor, through you to the director and the attorney, is it possible to expand the Community Services Commission to a youth commission so that the student body presidents or these kids can come over and be a part of our system and come in and give us some ideas of what to do, even expanding the Community Services Commission to even invite at least 2 or 3 of the student body presidents to be a part of our commission. I know in the past we did have one student from high school be a part of an ad hoc committee, but maybe if it's possible, the Community Services Commission serves the community, so why can't we bring the youth in? So the other question I have, the animal service contract, I'd like to see it. Last year I asked and requested it on the agenda. We need to get the report together because there's a lot of issues with the animal service issues. And also with the Community Services Commission this past week, the meeting was canceled. I also would like to look past all these special projects and new events to the Community Services Commission. Let's look at some of these and start consolidating or adding more events and allowing the community and the people to decide what they want to include on some of these projects and events. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rupert. Any other public comments, City Clerk Bill?
No other comments.
Thank you very much to public commenters for your passion, energy, and input and questions. And I know that was a lot to track, probably for Director Dwyer, but if we can get back to them via written correspondence and request that we can also CC me on those communications as well.
Yes. Would you like a library update? I didn't know if you wanted that emailed or if you wanted that here.
Can you repeat that?
If you wanted the library restroom piece here, if you wanted all of that,
Let's do it over written correspondence.
No problem.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? With no questions or comments, we'll move along. But thank you very much, Dr. Dwyer, for being here and the presentation. It was really well done.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, we'll move backwards because we took the agenda out of order a little bit. So we'll go to item number 7, which is reports and communications. The first being the mayor's report. So thank you for all of the staff that's been involved in the course of this first month of this year. And I know we had a little bit of a council recess of sorts in the first part of January, but I think we were all still on the go here. But I hope everyone had a great holiday season and a good start to 2025. I was off to a busy start. First thing that happened, well, if we go back to the last year, December 29th, 2024, our former president, Jimmy Carter, had passed away. And so the day after that had occurred, had requested that staff lower all the U.S. flags in all of our public facilities to half staff for a 30-day period just to honor him. And so just wanted to explain that to the public in case they were wondering about why the flags were at half staff. I'm thankful for the service and the contributions of President Carter, and really do want to make sure the public observes that and really looks into his contributions to our country as well. On January 9th, I had the pleasure of attending the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference for my very first time as our delegate, and we made some really important appointments to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And the board voted to appoint Pittsburgh Vice Mayor Dion Adams to the board. So congrats to Director Adams on the appointment. And Pinole was proud to support her in that process. The following day, Councilor Martinez Rubin and I had met for the Committee on Memorials, where we discussed some of the applications that have come through the committee. And so we're excited to make some progress. We want to thank the applicants for their passion and also their patience as we get through these discussions, and looking forward to continuing our work with all of you in that process. On that Saturday, I attended Father Joffrey Baran's birthday reception at St. Joseph Church, and it was a really great showing, and the guy really knows how to put on a party. And so, things like vendors, performers, the whole works. It was a really great showing of folks there, and just really good to see all of our community surrounding him. And it's very clear that his impact on Pinole is quite great, and so had a great time celebrating a great community leader here in Pinole. On Saturday, January 18th, I held a community inauguration to kick off my term as mayor. The last council meeting on that Tuesday in December wasn't the most accessible to all of us here, but I was glad to provide just a larger venue for folks to celebrate the occasion and those who wanted to participate. And we had a great lineup of speakers, performers. I was really honored to have our supervisor, John Joya, speak at the event, and also California Attorney General Rob Bond to swear me in ceremonially as mayor. And also wanted to welcome back a Pinole born and raised Pinole Valley High School alumnus, Pilo, who is a multi-platinum award-winning artist here in the Bay Area. And the folks were just really excited to see him come back and perform for all of us here. So thank you to everybody who was part of the program, and thank you to Pilo for being proud of our city and putting our city on the map. I wanted to update folks that this upcoming week, I'll be attending my first policy committee meeting in Sacramento on the Cal City's Transportation, Communications, and Public Works Committee. I know Councilor Murphy is a part of that committee as well. And so I'm looking forward to representing our city and taking on the issues that impact us most in those areas. Later in the week, so I'll be bouncing back and forth from Sacramento and Pinole for committee meetings, but I'll be attending the West County Mayors and Supervisors Association meeting, and the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission as Pinole's delegate. So I will keep you all posted on what we get done in those two committees. And lastly, the January edition of Beta Pinole has been published and released. It's available to watch. I want to thank Fiona Epps, Dave and Eric and PCTV for making this happen for all of us, and it was really well done. So thank you to all three of them. Thank you, everyone. That's my mayor's report. And we'll go on to the second item, item 7B, which is mayoral and council appointments. We have none, so we'll move on to item 7C, which is city council committee reports and communications. And we'll start with Councilor Toms.
Thank you. Last month, both our city clerk and I attended an Office of Emergency Service presentation / training at the County Office of Emergency Services. Very good information from the standpoint of where the city fits into the county system in the event of emergency. I too will be attending the policy committee meeting this Thursday, and that's for the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee. I also attended the mayor's conference, and that we had a really good presentation about mental health services, which are very, very limited here in the county, but still a good, a good presentation. And I attended the Coffee with the City last week in Pinole at Alamode. And let's see, there was one more thing. I attended the Green Empowerment Zone meeting as an alternate last week. So I think Councilmember Murphy is the primary for that. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy New Year, community. It's great to be back. What an exciting council meeting we had. I feel like the room, if you're not here, if you're watching from afar, the room was full. I guess folks aren't excited about our council. No, I'm just joking. It's great to be here. Happy New Year. And with that, I also just wanted to commend some trailblazers. This past couple of months has been, this past month has been pretty exciting to see friends and people who I fangirl all the time sworn in. You, Mayor, of course, it was great to thank you for the invite to your inauguration. I've never seen Pinole front and center, so that was great. And I got a free Pinole concert, which was amazing. But of course, yes, to your history making in the city, and thank you for the invite. It was wonderful to go to your swearing in, as well as the swearing in for a new county supervisor we have, Chanel Scales Preston. And if you live on my side of Pinole, along San Pablo Avenue, we now, with redistricting, have one district supervisor, but historically we've had two district supervisors. And so if you lived prior to 2020 on the San Pablo side of Pinole, you would more than likely have been represented by District 5, and now we have a new trailblazing woman leading and the Board of Supervisors, Chanel Scales Preston. So just wanted to send our congratulations. We look forward to being a partner with you and the rest of the county board. Of course, that we are happily represented by Supervisor John Joya. We'll continue. Of course, you make decisions for all of us as a county, so very exciting to go to her inauguration and see her sworn in. And last but not least, we also have a new Congresswoman in the Bay Area, Latifah Simon. I attended her swearing in ceremony this past weekend, and again, just really great to see the history making that we're doing here in the Bay Area. And she is going to be a phenomenal representation for all of California, but certainly for the 12th Congressional District. And so just wanted to congratulate everybody who is making incredible history and just trailblazing across the Bay Area. We have a lot to work on, and we have a lot to look at home to make those changes. And so it's great to see so many folks doing good work across the Bay, and congratulations again. And of course, wanted to also use this opportunity to talk a little bit about why it's great to do business in Pinole. Economic development is on the rise in Pinole. We've had such a tremendous leadership team pushing forward our economic development strategy, and I love to highlight new businesses that come to Pinole. For this month, I wanted to highlight Mexabachi, who has come to 1578 Fitzgerald Drive, who has a wonderful menu. So if you have not tried it out, I would highly recommend you go to it. And again, thank you to Mexabachi, the owners of it, for coming to Pinole. We're excited to have you. Of course, our residents are always excited to eat. We have some of the best food options in the Bay Area, and so it's great to see another business coming into our city. And again, for those who are wondering and watching, Pinole is a great place to do your business, and we really, really appreciate new businesses coming, and of course appreciate the businesses that have been here for a while. And just congratulations again to the owner. And last but not least, just wanted to highlight, as Councilmember Thomas mentioned, the Green Empowerment Zone. This is a new joint powers that we have Pinole representation at. It is really led to build upon the comparative advantage that our regional concentration has of highly skilled energy industry workers. The goal here is that the JPA will now prioritize access to tax incentives, grants, loan programs, workforce training programs, and also private sector investment in the renewable energy sector. This past month, we had a presentation by the UC Berkeley Labor Center to talk a little bit about economic development research as well as stakeholder research to support clean energy manufacturing jobs, specifically on the northern waterfront. So that does include Pinole. That also includes cities like Pittsburgh and Antioch, as well as Martinez, Benicia, and Vallejo. What's exciting is our staff is already on it. Thank you to our city staff for working with the county as well as the Green Empowerment Zone stakeholders to really meet about what some of these private sector investors are looking for, but also thinking about ways that we already as a city have moved forward with our own climate action plan. So just wanted to commend our city staff for being ahead of that. For those who are interested, the next meeting's on Friday, March 21st at 9:30 a.m. And that completes my report. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Dave.
Hello, everyone. Just want to say Happy New Year. I had a chance to also attend a few swearing in, so congratulations to all the newly electeds and our returners. I think the next 4 years are going to be fantastic. We've got a lot of good leaders, so really looking forward to working with everybody. And just want to say I've also been approached recently by a few business owners who are looking to see how they can create a network within Pinole. So we're seeing a lot of talent coming in, and when we go to future agenda items, I'd like to talk a little bit about reviving a report that we just had from Insight. It was an Insight market analysis from HDL. So I'll just go ahead and mention that now, is that's something that I was trying to connect people with, but the link on the website isn't clicking, and then you can't download the strategy either. So I was meeting with them and said, hey, take a look at these two reports, schedule something with the city manager, start to connect with the city. But those two reports, for some reason, the link wasn't working for me. So something we'll do, probably offline, try to get to them. But people are excited. Business owners are excited. They want to see what we're doing next. All the events are really starting to stand out. So there's a vibrancy that I think Pinole is starting to show. And so I think with that report coupled with our HCD report, it's really going to give business owners a chance to kind of find opportunity in Pinole and really start working to help their business out. And as we saw with COVID, there was a lot of small businesses is really what keep a lot of people working. So these larger companies like Target are bringing a lot of money, and a lot of tax revenue, but these small businesses is really what keeps everybody employed. And so I just want to make sure if there's a way, how do we start to allow those small businesses to graduate to a larger business and grow? So it's kind of the effort that I've had so far. I really enjoyed the break. I hope everybody enjoyed the no council meetings and the holidays. So, but now we're getting back into February, so I'm going to start turning up a little bit and working hard. So, all right. So we'll see you guys. And that was the end of my report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Dave. We'll go to Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. I attended the West Cap board meeting on the January 9th, so it was a nice return to that group. And the board authorized two things. One was the application for federal funding for vehicle replacement. And the second item was to approve a permanent memorandum of understanding with 3 other transportation agencies, County Connection, Tri-Delta Transit, and the Livermore-Amador Valley Transit Authority to provide the one-seat program, which had been a pilot program for a few years. So that's a wonderful service that allows people to start from West Contra Costa into further into the interior of the county on one vehicle, rather than having to make a transfer and the waiting time. So it's greatly helpful that way. On the 17th, I met with field representative for Buffy Wicks, who I believe may be newly assigned to our area. I understand she's met also with our city manager. So Stella Greiler will be the person who will be pleased to know about all different events in Pinole. So include her on our distribution list, because she would really like to know about those events so she can meet with residents as well as with other civic leaders. And I will be in Sacramento on the 23rd, later this week, as part of the Cal City's Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee, which will meet then. So thank you, and looking forward to a new year with the application and in use of best practices, as well as renewed relationships and ongoing efforts to try to work together as we profess that we do. Let's make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez-Rubin. That wraps up item 7C. We'll move on to item 7D, which is council requests for future agenda items. We'll go back to you, Councilor Martinez-Rubin, if you have any.
No, thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem Dave.
Yeah, as I mentioned in my report, I'd like to bring, so in 2019, we had a conversation and report from HDL Econ Solutions that gave us an insight market analysis, void analysis, community profile, and marketing packet that looked at 4 sites throughout Pinole. And gave really a kind of a profile of opportunities and that void analysis. I believe that report has really kind of gotten us to this point where investors have started to bring in, I think Home Goods came in, and then the Nordstrom Rack, and the charging station. So there's opportunities that I think came out of that report, and the data that came out of that report was helpful for a lot of the companies like ROIC, and to just see where Pinole is. And then coupled with the housing that we're going to be seeing coming down the line, I think that it's important for us to take 2 data points. And one being the one that was done in 2019, and then have this report done again to really just start seeing the continuity of what's working and what's not. I think they also profiled a lot of the homes and income, and just kind of left them into categories so that we can kind of see the income per household, value of the household, where people are spending their money. So I'd like to offer a motion to have this report done again with the same parameters, and then that way we can then present that again. And it also helps council to see how our community is changing. So that would be my motion, is to have this report done again.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion from the council?
Discussion, yes. Before we proceed with having a second report, should we not revisit the report that we currently have and see where we are with that? Because we have had it, and it's been, shelved for a while. So how about we workshop or have some other form of us reviewing that, including perhaps some of the newer council members may not have had a chance to look at it in depth, because I can't remember what year it was created.
It was October 2019.
2019, okay, all right. But as reports go, there are some things recommendations there, and we can see, or perhaps staff can see how those recommendations mesh with the plans that we have put in place more recently or soon after that. So what I want to avoid is addition. It was a costly item, and well worth it. But let's review where we are with it before we proceed with getting a new one.
Thank you. Any other council discussion on that motion? And to clarify your motion, that is for discussion, or is that to direct staff?
To me, this report, in my mind, is what I've been tracking for quite some time. I think it was a critical report that we had done. I think the report was about 15,000, if I remember correctly. And it was a report that was, to me, a tool for staff and for the community development director, and to really understand what's happening in Pinole and what the populace looks like, where they're spending their dollars, where the gaps are. It's a very technical report. I would imagine we could revisit it, but I think that that's something that would be presented as a staff recommendation or recommendation to not do the report. I mean, that's also part of this, is coming back as a tool for the council. So
Thank you. Now, Councilor Martinez, you might have some comments on that.
Perhaps Director Whalen has already reviewed it and has been working on it, and maybe it's a matter of her letting us know.
If I could just interject a little bit, I think this data that you're discussing is something that would be very beneficial to be bringing forward. That being said, we actually have a lot of that data. Some of that data is even discussed in one of the items tonight, and there are some other reports as well. I also would love to work with council about discussing ways to have a more robust vetting system before we start bringing things to council for future agenda items, so that we can provide you with some of this information even beforehand, with the idea that then we can sort of discuss what direction we might want to go. So my recommendation would be right now to hold off on this for just a little while we can provide you with what we currently have. And then if this is still something that council wants to see moving forward, we could bring it back at that point. These are the types of items that I'm hoping to discuss later this month with all of you, as well as in some other areas. So that would just be a little bit of clarification that I'd like to put out there before you make your decision.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other discussion on the motion? And City Clerk, is this motion clear to you?
Yes.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call roll.
Can you please review the motion? Thank you.
I heard the motion as directing staff to engage with HDL to redo the report, similar parameters as the one that was done in 2019.
right, and then come back with the recommendation to council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Clerk, can you please go ahead and roll? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Toms.
No.
Councilmember Murphy.
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Aye.
And Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tate, any other requests?
No other items, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy?
I do. I have 2 items.
Go ahead.
Number one, I wanted to actually mention this at the last meeting, but a group of passionate community members and forward-thinking local business owners have been working with our community development staff around Plant-Powered Pinole initiative, which essentially is inspiring local restaurants to expand vegan and plant-based menu offerings, creating a more inclusive and dining experience for our residents and visitors. So I'd love a presentation. I don't have a buy-in, but just at some point this year, when our team and, of course, the community members who are working on this can put together a presentation. And that's a motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion?
Is that all that you said about the additional or expanded menu items, meaning specifically the addition of vegan items on menus? Is that what that's about?
Can you clarify your question? What did you mean by
What all that you described? I think I heard plant-based menus, plant-based menu items. Okay, city manager, and that is that yes. Okay, I wanted to make sure that I understood what it was you had described. Yes.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Seeing there is none, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Murphy, you had a second.
I do, and this is a little bit more urgent. For the next meeting, I'd love for us to consider a budget item for City Council funding for Civic Well and National League of Cities in March.
Thank you. I'll second that. Any discussion from the council?
Question?
Go
Is
ahead.
this for a renewal of membership in these two groups?
This
Like
is for
the
funding for attendance.
funding for attendance of who?
Council members who'd like to attend? If you would like to attend, we probably should discuss that at the next meeting.
Thanks for clarifying. Okay. Of course.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the item we have here? Thank you for that motion, Councilor Murphy. This is one of the things I've been running into in terms of my council travel and training budget. There are a lot of great conferences out there that I'd love to attend, but unfortunately we're quite constrained in terms of the budget that we have, not only for the registration, but also just for things like travel and lodging. It doesn't make it quite exclusive. And so thank you for the motion and looking forward to the discussion. And do you have a date certain?
I would like for it to come to the next meeting.
To the next meeting.
We're a little behind, and and these processes, a lot of other cities are working a little bit more ahead of us in this, so I would like for it to come to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Aye.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Councilor Toms for any requests you have for future agenda items.
No.
Thank you very much. I have two requests for this evening, and the first one is pretty light. It's a request that staff prepare a proclamation in recognition of the anniversary of the founding of Dumlao's Academy of Martial Arts, a longtime local business here in the city of Pinole, for council consideration.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Any council discussion on that motion at all?
How long has this business been here?
I believe they were founded in the early 2000s, so it's been quite a bit, and moved to a variety of locations from Rodeo to, I think, unincorporated Contra Costa at one point, but have been in Pinole for quite some time. Thank you. We'll call roll. City Clerk Bell.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Murphy?
Aye.
Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And lastly, I'd like to request a future agenda item to have a presentation from Caltrans staff on the Clean California Designation Program to brief us on the free designation process, which will allow us to be recognized as a Clean California city with personalized signage for a city, support for community engagement for a zero litter goal, and priority access to national grant opportunities, educational materials, and free volunteer cleanup kits as well.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
You had me on zero litter goal.
Yes, thank you, and it's a great program. So we'll go to City Clerk Bell for roll, please.
Councilmembers Toms?
Yes.
Murphy?
Aye.
Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. That concludes the item, and we'll move on to item 7E, which is City Manager Report. City Manager Young, you can go ahead.
Thank you. I'll keep this fairly short.
And actually, correct myself. Thank you, Councilor Murphy. We'll go to public comment for that previous item, item 7D.
Real quick, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. My concern is I've raised this issue about bringing grant funding reports or communications or agendized. We hired a grant writer last year. We thought we were going to have some reports, maybe either monthly or quarterly. We need an update. How many grants have we received? Are we going to continue with our grant writer or bring in to train some of us folks here? Just either report or communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rupert. Do we have any other public comments? City Clerk?
No other public comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Rafael Menes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I went ahead and filed a card, but I think the city clerk was working on something else when I left the card there, so maybe I've just not seen it yet. Anyhow, my comment is more of a meta comment on this item. It's directed through the mayor with his permission to the city attorney. At what point does discussion of the proposed item rise to the level of potentially becoming a Brown Act issue? Because it seemed to me like on at least one of the items that the council was bringing up tonight, that the council was going beyond just saying, this is what the item is, to discussing, should we do this item or not? And unless I'm mistaken, that's a bit beyond what's supposed to happen under this agenda item, but I'd appreciate clarification from the city attorney on that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menace, and that is something that I am also curious about. So, City Attorney, if you do have a response, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. So the item for requests for future agenda items, really the discussion should just be limited to the motion that's been brought. So, and then an explanation of why there's the request for the future agenda item. We're supposed to avoid any discussion of the merits of the motion. That's really for when it's later agendized, because the item is not on the agenda, so members of the public don't know that that item is being brought forward. That's kind of the spirit behind it and why the Brown Act prohibits a robust discussion. We have had this conversation previously on the council because sometimes there is disagreement on whether or not the item should be brought forward, so there's the need to sometimes explain why the item's being brought forward, and that's usually where I like to draw the line, So as long as those members of the council understand the reason for the motion and why it's being brought forward, that's the level of discussion. But if it becomes, whether or not the merits of the particular item as opposed to whether or not the item should actually just come forward, that's where I like to draw the line. So again, shouldn't be discussing the merits of it, really just whether or not it needs to come forward, but I could appreciate that there needs to be some explanation as to the why, and that's where we usually draw the line.
Thank you very much, City Attorney Casher. I hope that answers the question there. And I know when Mr. Rupert, there was an inquiry, I think, to the Office of the City Manager, so we'll make sure the staff gets back to you on that inquiry. I apologize. We'll get back to City Manager report now. Please proceed.
All right, thank you. So it's been nice to sort of have a little bit of a break. That being said, staff has been very, very busy on doing a lot of work behind the scenes on drafting department work plans and preparing for the mid-year budget, as well as all of the other projects that are currently in place. Additionally, our thoughts are right now with everybody who's dealing with the fires throughout California, and I also want to thank ConFire. I know that they have been providing a lot of support outside of their region as well. We have been receiving quite a few questions because obviously community members are concerned about fire hydrants. I just want to clarify that it's East Bay Municipal Utility District, often called East Bay MUD, who is actually in charge of all the fire hydrants. And we have posted their tips and information on our website. According to them, they maintain about 30,000 fire hydrants in the East Bay, and they conduct about 800 inspections annually and are repairing and replacing hundreds of hydrants each year. Please feel free to review our postings, and then we'd recommend, if you have any additional questions, going ahead and reaching out to them directly. I do want to mention again, Director Dwyer already talked about it briefly, but we are going to have the reopening of the Pinole Valley Park soccer field, and that event will take place on Saturday, February 22nd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and will feature food trucks and games and a whole bunch of other things. I want to thank Director Dwyer for all of her hard work on that, as well as Public Works, as well as a huge thank you to West Contra Costa Youth Soccer League for their generous donation and hard work to make that happen. It's really phenomenal to see a soccer field and a project move forward this quickly. So that's really exciting. I also wanted to give you an update that our Chief of Police, Chief Clavoon, will start early February. She's working through the process right now. And I also want to thank our acting chief, Crone. He's doing a phenomenal job on seeing us through this time, and I really, really appreciate it. We also are working through the Public Works Director position, and we have narrowed it down to 3 really fantastic finalists, and I'm hoping to make a decision by early next week. So we'll continue to keep you all updated. And then finally, some exciting news. Green Day is going to be showcased with a half-hour special of the Bay Area Grammy Spotlight on CBS, which will air on February 1st at 7 p.m. and then again on February 2nd at 3:30, right before the Grammy telecast. And they are also going to be talking about Pinole and the fact that we gave a key to the city and sharing some information about our beautiful city. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager Young. City Clerk Bill, just want to check, do we have any public comments on that item?
No public comment.
Thank you. I did have one.
Just have one quick question for the city manager.
Yes, I'm going to just ask my question.
Oh,
first,
yes.
if I can. I wanted to ask if you can just give us an update on the sale of 2100 San Pablo Avenue, as well as Community Corner, which I know were prior discussions, but I don't think the public has gotten a chance to get an update on that in quite some time.
So where we are at with that right now is an RFP is currently in the works. We have that draft in front of us, and we're making some comments, and then we're hoping that it will be out publicly probably in 1 to 2 weeks.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilor Murphy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think I heard it right during Director Dwyer's presentation for the Pinole soccer, new soccer field or regenerated soccer field. Are we sending out communications to the public about that again? I know we sent out before the holidays, we sent out well, we basically revised one of our community events postcards, but are we sending additional materials to homes about that?
So, yes, and in your email, you all actually have a draft of that communication to go ahead and take a look at. Director Dwyer has been doing a wonderful job at getting all of that ready, and you'll see more of that. Do you have any more that you want to add there? Emails.
That's what I was asking. I was like the email. Okay. So what's in my email?
So it's a digital flyer as opposed to a hard copy flyer. Thank you for clarifying that.
So it's a digital flyer.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sending out, so my question, are we sending out something to people's homes? That was my question. So no, we're not.
Not currently, not a physical piece.
Okay, can we send out to people's homes? Do we have time for that?
There's potentially time. It's the additional cost and the additional, we're trying to look at our footprints as far as the amount of paper and things that we're producing as well. So that could be another discussion.
Okay.
So I can get back to you with some more information on that.
Okay. I know that's a February 22nd. So
February 22nd.
We have till next meeting for that. I mean, I guess, yeah, basically, if you can get back to us as a council about that, it'd be great to, this is a big deal for the community. It's one of those things that they've been waiting a long time for. I know we did put a great message in the last mailer about it, but it was in conversation to the other, a pretty packed agenda for December. So I would just suggest that we do a mailer for that. Like, it's really important that we get the community out, especially Pinole Valley, to know that that's being built, like essentially developed, and to invite them to the opening if we can.
I mean, that's definitely something that we'll take a look at the cost and get back to council on.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you so much, City Manager.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on that item from council? There is none, so we'll go on to our last item there, which is City Attorney Report, item 7F.
Thank you, Mayor Sai. Just briefly, Happy New Year to all. I just wanted to mention, it's not really a concrete report, but I am, we have a new administration in the federal government, and there's a lot of kind of executive orders that have been implemented. There's been kind of counter directives being provided at the state level, and it's created a lot of uncertainty, frankly, around some of the rules and things that impact us locally. We have projects that are state funded. We have projects that receive pass-through federal funds. So just wanted to mention that it's something that the city attorneys regionally and myself as well are monitoring, just to make sure that, as decisions come forward and there may be decisions and actions that the council's asked to make, that we're informed on the impacts that it might have based on all these kind of competing kind of views and directives that are out there. So just wanted to mention that. Otherwise, Happy New Year and good to see everyone.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on City Attorney's report?
No public comment.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Thank you, City Attorney, and thank you for staying put on and staying updated on those issues as they come about. So that concludes item 7 for us, and we'll move on to item 9, consent calendar. City Clerk, do we have any public comments on item 9?
Yes, we do. Thank you. Rafael Menez would like to speak on item 9B and 9D. And I believe that's all we have for now.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess. I'm a resident of Pinole, and my comments are pretty brief on this particular item. For item 9B on page number 45 of the agenda packet, I noticed that line number, I think it was 11933, said Pinole PD Sing complaint. And I was curious as to whether the city could go into more detail as to the nature of that complaint. Was a complaint filed against the police department? What was it for? So on and so forth, because it's just a single line there. And I'm somewhat curious about that. Public Works Act, for example, is a little bit more obvious what it is. Secondly, with regards to item 9D, on page number 57 in the staff report for that item, it notes under background that we're going to require 100% electrification of new buildings starting in 2024. Has the city, in fact, implemented ordinances to require this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It looks like Director Whalen might have answered a question, so you can feel free to go ahead.
Thank you, Council, for letting me answer that question. So you will be getting a memo on this shortly. Kapil, our sustainability project manager, is working on it right now. Those electrification ordinances will be coming to you mid-year and then at the end of this year. And the reason is the building codes are being updated. They are updated every 3 years. And so we've been working with the CEC to determine when the best timing would be to bring you the REACH codes for 100% electric buildings. The timing to bring you that and the work in getting you that right now isn't feasible. So we'll be giving that to you at the end of the year to coincide with the triannual building code update. In the meantime, we will be bringing you REACH codes that deal with existing construction in the city. So you'll be seeing those, I think, May or June of this year.
Thank you very much, Director Whalen. Any other public comments? City Clerk Bell?
Let me just do one check online. No other public comments, no.
Thank you very much. Council, do we have any items to be pulled from the consent calendar this evening?
I'd like to move the consent calendar.
Second.
And I actually do want to pull an item for that, actually. But thank you for the motion. But I want to pull item 9B for a quick discussion before we move forward with that. And I want folks to, if you're interested, go to page 33 of the agenda packet, which is the list of warrants for that agenda item. And so there you'll see vendor BLU12 blue chip teas. And so I just want to reference the union printer purchasing preference policy. And that's a portion of our procurement policy which outlines our council adopted preference to union printers to be exercised, and that union printers must be given first priority for city print work that require the procurement of services from an external printer. And so thankful for council support on that item and the collaboration of unions to get it passed. And so I've been tracking this issue on the council as we get a list of warrants coming in at council meetings. And I'm not sure that we're having a lot of alignment with the policy at this point. And so I know we've had discussions with the city manager Young about compliance with that. And so I just wanted to get more of an understanding about, are there any roadblocks to adhering to that policy?
So there are a couple things to be aware of. One, sometimes the warrants, and I don't know it on this one specifically, I'd have to look into it a little bit more, but sometimes they will be coming back later than when, so it's not something it may have even occurred since that policy was in place. So that would be something to find out. Additionally, we do work towards going towards union printers whenever we can. If they are not available, then we will move on to somebody who is a local printer as well.
Got it. Thank you. And so on the list of warrants for this particular item here, that invoice was actually for before the union printing policy.
I would need to verify that.
Okay.
I'm just stating that that has been the case with some of these cases so far.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for the clarification. And I think a lot of these print works that we've had in the past few months, I'm remembering, I think it was the Glow Pinole participants won the corrugated plastic lawn signs we had ordered from Recreation Department. Those are all things that we can order from union printers here in Contra Costa County. And so I just want to call attention to that and then make sure that we are trying our best to comply with those preference policies.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for that. And so with that being said, we have a motion and a second. Is council clear on the motion? And second is just to approve the consent calendar. Thank you very much. City Clerk Bell, please call roll for that.
Council members Toms.
Aye.
Murphy.
Aye.
Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to item 10, public hearings. 10A is consider adoption of updated development impact fees. And I'll pass it along to Planning Manager David Hannum for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. Tonight, you've seen this item, so I'm going to go briefly through the background and a little bit of the analysis that you asked for at your last meeting. So just for some general background is development impact fees. We know they're a tool that we use to collect funds for public infrastructure such as streets and government facilities. They're one-time cost. By allocating the cost to growth-related projects, our impact fee ensures that new development contributes fairly to the community infrastructure needs. The council, our last program was established in 2008. Since then, it's been adjusted for the consumer price index over the last few years. And then in December of 2018, we retained Michael Baker International to prepare a new development impact study. We included as part of the attachment, you have the development impact fee for both the wastewater discharge report as well as the development impact fee study. These studies establish our impacts for public facilities, for police, fire, parks, recreation, and drainage. The wastewater capacity discharge report basically specifically addresses the cost of upgrading and expanding the wastewater system, and together they form our development impact fee program. Together the documents ensure that, again, new development contributes to aligning, to contribute proportionally to the cost of constructing and improving essential public infrastructure. On November 19, 2024, the City Council held a public hearing to review the DIF report and directed refinements to the study prepared by MBI. Specifically, the City Council requested a more detailed explanation of the assumptions in the report and additional comparisons of Pinole's proposed fees with those neighboring cities. So just kind of go over the review and analysis portion of that. We've included, as part of the attachments of tonight's program, of different attachments that show that comparative analysis. In response to our council direction, we reached out to Contra Costa jurisdictions to gather new information regarding their development impact fee structures to try to perform some type of comparative analysis, which we have included as attachment D in your staff report, as well as we are currently. And we used our existing fees as well as our proposed fees to also give you an example of where we stand now and where we would stand after the approval of the new fees. We just want to let you know that while it provided us great information on what other cities were doing and how we align with other cities in the jurisdictions, but knowing that they have totally different infrastructure programs and different things, they design their fee programs similar to us, but they have bigger. Most of the cities that have bigger development impact fee programs, they have bigger infrastructure, so the costs vary greatly throughout the communities based on those programs. We've also included an abstracted summary, which provided kind of basically an overview of the fiscal and regulatory framework of our infrastructure financing in California, which included background on infrastructure and financing challenges. It had also looked at legal framework in terms of defining the Mitigation Fee Act. It looked at facility standards and service levels, as well as the new wrinkle in terms of development impact fees, AB 602, which basically took the residential fee and broke it up into a bigger portion because of proportionality. It used to be one single family residential unit. Now state law has said that you've got a 4,000 square foot house shouldn't be paying the same as or a 1,300 square foot house shouldn't be paying the same as a 4,000 square foot house. So there was a breakup in the fee, in the residential fee structure. So we had to account for that as well. It also talked about the demographics development projections as well as our general policy implications. And just importantly, our fee was last updated in comprehensively in 2008 and really no longer represents what we need in terms of moving forward here in 2025. It's very overdue, and so fees are equitable, aligned with our Pinole infrastructure and our service demands. And so the revised report provides more of a comprehensive foundation to ensure that we have the ability to sustain and expand our public facilities. Tonight with us, we have Dan Weary from Michael Baker International. If you remember Dan, he was very well involved in Pinole with our housing element and is here tonight to help go through the report again and ask any questions. I know Councilmember Martinez-Rubin asked a question earlier tonight, and we answered that. And hopefully and if you have any other additional questions, Dan is here to do that, to answer those questions. City staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution, which is seen as Attachment A, approving the City of Pinole Development Impact Fee Program for the years 2025 through 2020. So that ends my presentation. Hopefully Dan is online, and so we can, and I'll introduce you again. This is Dan Weary with Michael Baker International. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, David, and it's nice to be back after working so hard with your housing element, and I understand that was another agenda item on the agenda tonight. So the work continues. Nice to see you again, City Council. It's my pleasure to be back here, and again, I know you had a presentation back in November. We wanted to follow up and answer your questions, give you more information as David recommended, talking about the process, the assumptions, the factors that go into the calculations in the report. We've got a number of slides here to show you more in particular how the fee comparisons shook out. And I've got maybe a few other little observations there for you. And then, we'll get into, the actual fees as they're shown here. So some of this you've probably seen before, but we'll kind of go through this relatively quickly. We've got about 15 or 20 slides. So if we could see the next slide, that'd be great, thank you. So again, just kind of overview, introduction and background, what are the impact fees, et cetera, what's the process? We've got a number of slides in there. A whole group of slides there. We think we've got at least 6 showing the fee comparisons that you were focused on back in November. And then I got a number talking about the process, and then we can have Q&A. Dino Serafini, I believe, is able to make it. He wasn't available earlier tonight, so that's why I'm here. But when we get into Q&A, Dino's available to answer some of the more technical aspects that are in the report if necessary. So next slide. And there we go. So just a quick review, what are the impact fees? These are methods to really, for new development to pay its fair share, proportionate share of new public improvements. These are capital improvements in facilities, not operations. Again, these are facilities that are there to protect public health and safety. These fees are accommodated through the city's police power. These are one-time fees, so you pay them once and you're done. They're generally done at the time of an occupancy permit. And lastly, and we'll probably reinforce this again, these are limited to facilities, not operations, services, or maintenance. So we'll get into that a little bit more. Next slide, please. Just really quick, put it in context, these are development impact fees. So a number of different funding sources for capital improvements include your general fund, state and federal grants, and then there's 3 different types of development fees, project mitigation, in lieu of fees, and what we're talking about tonight is the impact fees. So we go to the next slide. Really the same thing, just visually showing how it kind of plays out. This is not to scale. This is just to show the different slices of the pie, but again, show how those development fees kind of break down from direct fees, which would be, say there's a project development and there's an environmental impact statement that says you need to replace a traffic signal or install a new signal or widen the lane. Typically a developer has the option to build and make that improvement or pay for that improvement. That would be a direct cost, direct fee, kind of a one-for-one for that impact. In lieu fees are where, again, they're not able to pay that. For example, whether there's a recreational fee, they might not have the land to dedicate or the ability to make those improvements, so you can pay for it. And then impact fees. So these are general, citywide. All projects are going to pay these fees based on their category or their class, type of use, typically, or type of project. And they may be in addition to a direct or in lieu fee. So you may have to build that lane widening and still pay your general fees to cover police, fire, ambulance, et cetera. Okay, next slide. Some of the state legislation framework, and I believe this is in your staff report, but just a quick basis for how and why we're doing what we're doing in accordance with AB 1600 and Supreme Court law. We have to have a rational nexus to charge these fees. It's not an exact science, but they need to be reasonable. There needs to be a relationship, and they need to be proportionate, roughly. So rough proportionality, reasonable relationship, rational nexus. Those are kind of 3 subjective terms. But how are those figured out? And again, you look at the purpose of the fee. What are we paying for? How is that fee going to be used? How are we going to use those revenues? They need to go to the stated improvements. You can't kind of move them around. What's the relationship between the fee use and the development? That's, again, that rational nexus, that proportionality. Is there an impact from the development that requires new or amended facilities? Again, same thing. What's the relationship between the need and the development? Very same thing. And then relationship between the fee amount and the cost of the facility. And that's really, 50% of this whole study. So next slide. Talking about that reasonable relationship in a little bit more detail. This is kind of an example looking at, say, transportation. So say there's a new development. We're going to look at the impact on intersections or roadway levels. What's the level of service? So again, there's an assessment of the impacts, likely impacts from development. And then we'll determine, okay, what are the improvements and things that need to be covered under that? What's the benefit of doing this? And in this case, for traffic improvements, we're trying to solve congestion or air quality, improve service. And again, what's the proportionality? So here in this example of transportation, we're looking at fees based on the land use. And in this case, we look at the increased number of vehicle miles traveled. That's a new standard since we did the study for you in 2008. So it's one of the reasons some of the numbers change is we've got a different law and a different methodology. So instead of just purely levels of service, we're looking at vehicle miles traveled by use types. So hopefully that helps illustrate that a little bit. Next slide. This is just a kind of a quick process, and we've got another one a little bit later, but starting at the top and moving clockwise, we're looking at growth projections. That's what this is all about. The idea is that these development impact fees are new development. These are fees to cover the impacts from new development. They're not there to cover old development. So we look at projected growth. That's one of the first steps. Then we look at what facilities are impacted or needed as a result of that, prepare cost estimates, and we've got basis for different types of buildings and equipment. Those are kind of industry standard amounts and costs. And then we proportion that or assign that to the development. Ideally, those fees get used, you build the facilities that you planned for, and then you do it all over again. So the new requirement at about 11 o'clock there is the state passed a law and says you have to do this not less than every 8 years. So obviously when this was last done for Pinole in 2008, we're well past 8 years. So it's time to do it. Well, let's move on. Next slide, please. So this is an updated slide from what you would have seen in November. And again, this is looking at the residential, the current and proposed on the left, and we broke these down by bedroom size versus single family versus multifamily in the current fee structure. And again, as David mentioned, that was part of the recent law, AB 602, wants to make things more equitable. Because if you charge the same fee regardless of the size of the unit, you're really encouraging the developer to build the most expensive unit possible and kind of minimize the cost of that fee as a result of the income they're going to get. So the state got wise and realized, that's not really equitable. So let's break it down by the size of the units. So in this case, we did residential by bedroom size. But you can still kind of correlate the 2 and 3 bedroom with the single family, but certainly the 3 bedroom. The 1 and 2 bedrooms are really correlate more closely with multifamily. So you can see the pros and the cons and the changes over time. I'll point out that generally the fees increase between 8 and 25% overall, depending if it's what was single family and multifamily. And then broken down, they vary. It's generally the lower numbers for multifamily, the higher percentage fee change is for single family. And so for police, it's minor changes, 0 to 5%. For fire, it's about 30% increase. For public facilities and equipment, it's about 50% increase. For transportation, it's about 19%. The biggest changes that occurred were in drainage. And it seems kind of counterintuitive. Why did everything gets more expensive? But again, the basis for these are what facilities do you need and have planned to accommodate future growth, or what's required by future growth. And with respect to drainage, you have a mature system for the most part. You really don't need a lot of new facilities. You're a mature community. Most of your drainage system is built. A lot of the new requirements are met on site, particularly with single family, where there's room to do your detention and treatment and water quality right on site. And so the single family cost has actually gone down dramatically, because basically it's a small amount of impervious surface per new unit, really. And again, it gets divided. If you're looking at all these in comparison to the rest of the impervious surface in the city, a new house adds very, very little. So it's a big change relative to 2008, when there was still more single family growth relatively. So these are all kind of relative terms, relative to within the use types, relative for the facility, and then relative to what it was in 2008. So that's a big change. The multifamily, again, comparing a 1 and 2 bedroom average versus what was the multifamily, looks like that's for drainage is going up about 50%. So as you expect, everything's gone up in 17 years. A few things went down. One of the other ones, parks went up, again, around 45%. Wastewater for multifamily, make sure I got that right, is going down. And then single family for wastewater is up just slightly, about 3%. And I'll just try to explain that a little bit. Multifamily wastewater, again, remember, we're breaking these down by unit size. And that correlates to population generally, and you have fewer people brushing their teeth, flushing the toilet, taking a shower, washing dishes. They use less water. So the whole intent of this is to try to pay the fair share and be equitable. And so there's some adjustments between those two uses there. So that's kind of a basis for what we're going to see now. So the next slide, and there's a couple of slides here. So the next two are how do we compare, and I give credit to David and Lily and staff who went out, added additional cities for these cost comparisons and crunched the numbers. And then, so we've kind of put these in order from low to high. And I tried to highlight it, but you can see in this one, and we use examples here. So if you apply the single family home, what would the fees be given the different cities and their fee schedules? So you see Pinole current and Pinole proposed right next to each other in the 3rd and 4th positions out of these 8. So even though this is the newest proposed fee, it's still less than 4 out of the 6 comparable cities. And these are those comparable cities, their fees range from 2008. The most recent one is Brentwood in 2021. So even though you've got the newest fee, you'd think that would, reflect all the costs and everything, you're still coming in less than some of these older fee schedules. Again, ranging from 2008, there's Antioch and Richmond are 2014, Moraga's 2016, Hercules is 2008, except for 2 components that were updated in 2018 and 2019, and Brentwood was updated in 2021. So you look very good in comparison. And just a note, you don't base your fees on these comparisons because everybody, and this is a good example, everybody's at a different stage of their fee schedule in terms of when they've updated it. Everybody's got different rates of growth, different types of growth, different facilities that they've got in their capital improvement plan. So there's all those factors that go into it. But we still like to see how we kind of shake out against our neighbors. And if you're a developer and you look at it, you go, Pinole is good. You're efficient. You're figuring it out. Your fees, even though they're the newest, are relatively low. So next slide, same story. Pinole here proposed is in the 6th position out of the 8, still less than Lafayette and Brentwood. And again, Lafayette was done in 2008. Brentwood was done in 2021. So you got a 2025 rate versus these older ones. You're still looking good. So that's for residential. If we go to the next slide, we did the same thing for the non-residential uses. And we're looking at office, retail, industrial, and institutional from the current standards. We added a new category, which is food service. Food service normally would have been, or previously or currently, would be part of retail. But food service is very different. Even when you think about like parking standards, you always have a higher parking ratio. There's some more intensive use. And in most cases, they're similar. Police, fire, public facilities, equipment, all those proposed rates are the same until you get to even drainage, until you get to wastewater. And that's where the big difference is with food service. Because what happens in food service, you got grease, oils, fats, or what we call fogs, and those have a big impact, a disproportionate impact on your sewage treatment, your wastewater facilities. So again, for them to pay their share, we've broken that out. So that's why you've got 5 categories proposed versus the 4 that exist today. And as a result, some of the other, retail may go down in certain categories. For instance, in wastewater, it goes from $2.64 per square foot to 66 cents. Because again, before all the other retail was basically subsidizing the restaurants. So now they're separate and they'll pay their fair share. So that's really the whole purpose of this. Those are some of the big differences. And again, let's see, drainage, as I mentioned with residential, same story here. The fees are going down. You've got a mature system. There's very little planned in terms of improved facilities, and the share that is generated or required as part of new development is disproportionately small in comparison to what it was studied in 2008. So the fee has come down. So again, just trying to be fair. Next slide, please. And again, this just shows the comparisons. So we broke it down by different examples. So for food service, you see that Pinole comes in at the 6th position. You see that we're still a little over half of what Lafayette and Moraga would charge. So again, looking good. 2025 versus older fee schedules, you're still looking pretty good. Now again, maybe when Moraga and Lafayette update theirs, they'll make similar adjustments and their fees may come down. So next slide. Similarly, we looked at 15,000 square foot food service. And here Pinole is at the lower end of the spectrum. Pinole proposed is actually going down from proposed current. So we're less than everybody except for Antioch. So pretty awesome. Let's go to the next slide. This is a 20,000 square foot office. And again, Pinole proposed is right in the middle in the fourth position here. We've got 7 for this one. I forget why. One of them dropped out. I think they didn't have a number, or the number was too small, didn't read. So anyway, we're 4th out of the 7 here, and you see still relatively low, where you expect a 2025 current rate would be higher than the old ones. But again, it depends on where the city is in its life cycle, improvement cycle, et cetera. So it's fun to compare, but it's really just for informational purposes. And so the next slide, lastly, is the 50,000 square foot. And again, Pinole is in the 7th position here. So that looks good, compares well for industrial. And again, the only one that's higher is Hercules from 2008, and then they updated their transportation and one other portion of their fee schedules in 2019. So next slide. This is a little kind of remedial since of what we just covered, but what facilities are covered? We just went through them. Only capital improvements, not operations and maintenance. Main ones, wastewater, water, roads, traffic, and mobility improvements, parks and recreation, general public facilities, City Hall, for example. And generally those facilities are things that you're going to do. They're going to have a useful life of 5 years or more. So again, maybe you're doing a road and you're doing a major rehab of the road. That might count. But slurry seal and some striping and stuff like that, that doesn't really cut it. That's more of the maintenance item. So next slide. Again, some of the factors that we've talked about, we're looking at deficiencies. So one thing we're looking at is maintaining a level of service. So these are some of the assumptions we talked about previously back in November. And we assume that, you've got a certain expectation of living in Pinole, and the idea was to maintain that. The other thing is, if there's an existing deficiency, such as your road is worn out, that's not the responsibility of new development. Only the wear and tear that might occur, or a new road or an improvement to the road that's required as a result of that new development, could you make that connection? Existing wear and tear and prior roads and prior deferred maintenance, can't charge that to the new development. So I just want to be clear about that. And the example here is, let's say there's $1 million funding is identified for an arterial street rehab. But that street provides service to the pre-existing uses as well as the future uses. So if we were going to try to cover that rehab, a significant rehab, you could charge a certain percentage of that. You'd have to do the math. And that's where Dino's a master at doing the math and the calculations. Okay, so next slide is who pays the fee. It's the applicants, it's the builders for residential and non-residential developments. What's a new development? New development is basically anything that has an increased demand. That's kind of your trigger. And so we've been talking about that. So new development, again, it might need a road improvement, a new signal, turn lane, might be a big development and they need to improve the parks or a new firehouse or something like that. But they probably don't pay for an entire firehouse. They pay their proportionate share. So an example here is tenant improvement from an office used to food service. So we're changing from an office to a food service, which is, as I mentioned, a more intensive use, particularly with respect to wastewater, results in an increased demand for wastewater. So they're going to pay a higher fee for that type of use. or they'll pay the proportionate fee that we've calculated, which in this case is higher than it used to be for office or retail. Next slide. What are the benefits of doing this? Predictable cost to the developers. They like to know what their fees, so they can make do their investment-based calculations. This also covers those cumulative impacts. So again, you're paying your fair share as development goes along. If we don't do this, those cumulative impacts from all this development, if you're not collecting those fees, they do add up. The problem is you can't make that up on future development. Any lost fees or revenue, either by the fee being too old and out of date, underfunding, or you're not collecting it at all, you're going to have to pay for that somehow. That's going to go to the general fund generally. And then it's not equitable anymore because everybody's paying for new facilities that the developer maybe should have paid for, and for some reason it is not, or not paying enough. And now it's not equitable. You've got people that have already paid for their facilities now paying for somebody else's. So that's what we're trying to avoid. Again, how does it help a developer? They pay their fair share of proportionate shares. I mentioned the example of a firehouse. They probably aren't going to be solely responsible for a firehouse in most cases, but there may be a contribution. So it's easier for them to pay a fee, and the city collects those fees and can fund it with bonds or whatnot and make those improvements as part of a capital improvement plan, rather than asking a developer to fund a $5 or $10 million firehouse that's kind of way out of whack in terms of their normal development costs as part of that project. So again, trying to be proportionate. And again, the main thing we don't say here is, again, it's paying the fair share. That's the real benefit. And the main way to do that is stay current with your fees. So next slide, general principles. Again, if you've got an impact, generally the cities prefer improvements over a fee because you get it done with the development. But as I mentioned in the prior example, that doesn't always work. We can impose fees for facilities that can be constructed in a reasonable period. And usually, we look at the capital improvement plan. These are things that we can project. We know these things are coming. Things that are going to have a life at least 5 years, hopefully very long, much longer. I just as an example, if there's a discounting or a waiving of fees in a particular class, say a type of housing or a type of land use, that adds to the city's share of the cost. Again, as I've said repeatedly, you can't make that up with other development in the future, or shift it to other types of development. The idea is everybody pays their fair share. But again, if we haven't been keeping up and you see the gaps in those fee schedules, it's time to update the fee schedule. It's been 17 years and you're significantly underfunding when you collect those development fees. You're not getting enough, it's money left on the table, or what happens is, again, it's going to require more funding out of the general fund. Okay, hopefully I made that point. And again, just next to last slide here, last two slides, here's just the steps. So we confirm the growth projections. This is kind of what we talked about before. There was that life cycle. We confirm the improvements in the program. Again, a good example of that is the capital improvements. We look at the types of facilities, we break them down. We estimate the cost and calculate the fees based on proportionate share. Publish that, review that, hold a hearing where we are tonight for hearing number 2, and hopefully adopt and begin collecting those fees after a 60-day waiting period. So next slide. And again, it just brings us to the end. Recommendations, hold a public hearing, take public comments. You can ask us questions, but hopefully ultimately adopt the Nexus study, and then start charging and accepting those fees. Again, goes along with that is there's resolutions in your packet, and then those fees can go into effect in 60 days. So with that, we're here and we can answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Dan and staff, for the presentation. We're going to take the council questions on this item. We'll start to my left. Councilor Toms, any questions for you?
No questions.
Thank you very much. Councilor Murphy.
No questions. Just want to thank the staff and Dan for the presentation. Very exciting.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
No questions, and thank you. 2008 to now is a long time. I'm glad to see this coming forward and all the good work the city staff has been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez-Rubin, any questions?
Thank you, staff, and Dan for this and for the additional information that was part of the attachment to the staff report. Where there are NAs or non-applicable letters on the tables that you have in the slides, just a review, please, why the NA, specifically I'm looking at when you talked about the drainage category for the 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom.
Yeah,
And I'm thinking,
let's see.
here's my layperson thinking. I'm thinking that even 1-bedroom requires some sort of drainage system that feeds into infrastructure, specifically the wastewater or sewer facilities. So
I know
why
there was
NA?
the other NA that I was going to mention was in the commercial fee schedule for public parks, and that was a policy decision the city made, prior to 2008, which you weren't going to charge non-residential uses for your parks. Some cities do, but that's it. So we were consistent there. This is one that I would defer to Dino if he's still available. Why it would be NA?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Dino.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The NA for drainage, let me get to that just to make sure that, so 1-bedroom, the drainage fee doesn't conform to that, the AB 602 that Dan mentioned. It's not subject to the floor area. So it truly is, 3-bedroom is a single family, 2 bedrooms it would be the multifamily. There is no 1-bedroom category. So that's there should be a broken out maybe drainage separately, so again, $261 for the single family drainage fee and $149 for the 2 bedrooms. So there is, there could be a 1-bedroom apartment, but that would still be the 2-bedroom and be charged the 2-bedroom rate.
So we probably should have put, instead of NA, it would be the same rate, 149.
That would have been correct thing to do, and maybe an asterisk down there that.
So it's not to say that it doesn't have an impact. It's just that it didn't get broken down to the same level. When
they publish the fee schedule, the staff will make sure that that's made clear that it's.
It was a good question and a good, hopefully good answer. So that NA should have a number in there, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We all made a good catch there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
All right, so let me continue. One more question I have for you. The bar graphs, do you have a slide with bar graphs, fee comparison, non-residential, and specifically looking at 50,000 square foot industrial? Seems to me that we probably don't have lots where we could accommodate that here in Pinole, right?
50,000 square foot industrial building, don't have lots that big.
You mean
Defer to
50,000
Lily
square
and
foot?
David on that one, but we probably do.
It's a little over an acre.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got some lots where you have the ability to consolidate lots to get those.
That could happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but at this point, in terms of what we have in terms of lots, the last big piece is what we're building on with Pinole Shores 2. Everything else is relatively small, so to put a 50,000 square foot building on a lot would be taking up almost the whole lots.
Yeah.
At least with what's remaining, unless there's a redevelopment of a lot. So in terms of our current lot situation, yes, but we don't have a lot that would accommodate that. But if we were to redevelop, than we would certain lots.
Okay, then, thank you. Also considering the kinds of development we now have that are the eateries, which are often some of the small businesses that we have that call for assistance somehow from City Hall. And looking at if there were new businesses to come in, actually, it's not the new business that would come in. It would be an entirely new development for a business that would come in. That would be an eatery, right?
Right.
Okay. And so let's assume that there would be approximately, no, I have a hard time envisioning 2,000 square feet and 15,000 square feet. So let's think of an example of a 2,000 square foot eatery that we currently have in Pinole. If anyone can help me with that, or
Probably
15,000
like a
square
fast food establishment.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
That's even a little
probably
bigger.
like but not a franchise. The franchise is, would probably be a little bigger than that. Their kitchen might be 2,000.
Yeah, I would say maybe like East Bay Coffee could be the lower level, just the
to
lower
about
level.
2,000? Yeah, that's almost like a home, like a residential. It's
Yeah.
almost like a, yeah.
So that gives you an idea. And 15,000 would be more like probably more like King Valley, where it's pretty expansive on footprint. So that's more of a probably more of a 15,000 square foot facility. So
Okay, good example, because that is a converted from a former mechanics bank. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that helps. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, Mayor Pro Tem Tave, you have a question here.
One big picture question. So I mentioned it, I was kind of joking about the 2008. How often should we be doing this? Like every 5 years, I know this costs money, and so I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I mean, it should be updated every 5 to 8 years. It should, and I think we've asked that we revisit this sooner due to the fact that we haven't had a study for 17 years. So this is kind of more like a starting point, and then we'll probably review it in an earlier fashion. But normally it's a 5 to 8 year period.
Okay, so like a midpoint review.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're actually hoping to take a look at it probably in about 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so if I guess what I would say is that there's not a lot of places to develop in Pinole, like new developments, but if things stall out, right, and we're not getting development, is that when you would take a look at these fees and adjust them, or do they? I guess because things are never getting cheaper, right? Like they're always getting more expensive. So would you just hold and then wait for the rest of the, I guess, development community to catch up to the fee? I'm trying to understand, like, for a long time we've had a lot of properties just sitting, right? And what we're trying to understand is, by setting these fees, we're bringing back to market, we're getting back to par, but those lots are still, how do you incentivize or get?
If I could add just a little bit to that too, and I think Director Whalen's going to add in, one of the things that can actually kind of help with boosting a community is getting some of these fees that we can then use back into our infrastructure, which will make us more attractive to many developers. However, to your point, this is one of those things that we do want to continuously review and get feedback on, and where we have taken the time that we have in order to get to this point, this is really a good starting point for us to sort of set a baseline and start a lot of those conversations.
I see. So just to kind of, and maybe you can comment on this or not, but let's say I'm going to do a new development and it requires a bus stop, right? And as a developer, I have to put in that bus stop. I could pay the city to do that through these fees or the impact fees, right? Or I guess there would be some negotiation in between the developer in order to get that going. I just want to kind of make sure that I understand and that the public understands we're not hindering anybody from developing by increasing these fees. We're actually helping the development.
Well, and I'm going to defer to Director Whalen and to our consultants on this too, but one piece that is kind of interesting about just the philosophy of development impact fees, and this is actually something that I will happily talk about as long as you all want to, is trying to set up that structure where this new development is coming in and we're not fully burdening the developer on having to create that bus stop, but we are trying to develop that structure where they pay their fair share of developing that bus stop so that that is coming into the community, and then and trying to define what that fair share is so that we're not overburdening them, but then it's not going into general fund and we're burdening the taxpayers either, unless it is something that is going to be impacting a larger part of the community. And so that's part of the whole way of developing these development impact fees is figuring out that balance.
Got it. Okay.
If I could, Councilmember Tave as well. Our frontline staff at the counter that process building permit applications and walk folks through the planning process, they're the first ones that will hear complaints from developers if something doesn't pencil out. And so we'll get that information.
We'll know right away.
Pretty directly from them.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tave. Any other council questions? Council comments on the item at all? Great. Then we will go ahead and open the public hearing. City Clerk Bell, do we have any public comments on the item?
Yes, Rafael Menez.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menez, speaking on this item as a private citizen. And I wanted to dig in a little bit deeper on the chart on page number 162 of the agenda packet, in particular the example for the 2,000 square foot food service commercial building on 0.2 acres. It says that our existing fee for that type of structure is nil. I think, if I understood the presentation correctly, because it's basically incorporated under the retail functionality. But I think that treating it as nil is basically making this chart look a bit misleading. Like, whenever an existing food service entity built, they had to pay the retail level development impact fees, which I'm assuming were not zero. So is there some way to basically adjust for the amount that it would have been? Because I know that, for example, at the 15,000 square foot on the next page, you have an existing being 104,000, and obviously they're not going to pay that much for a 2,000 unit thing, but it seems like they would have paid some proportionate amount of that under the existing system, right?
That's correct. So they were paying, you're correct, retail was part of the food service was part of the retail land use or commercial land use, so that's why the fees are shown as the same. So it's broken out separately. So in the 2,000 square foot food service, assuming that it is a food service, so it's being charged at 11 cents or $11 a square foot for that 2,000, and for the next slide, the 15,000, that's non-food service commercial. So you see the differential there. So yeah, it's not that we were not charging, the city wasn't charging food service, with the 2008 schedule. It was just that food service was part of commercial.
Okay, so you'd say it was basically a fee of $11 per square foot, so it would be about $22,000, effectively speaking, as the accurate value for Pinole existing?
Mr. Menez, does that conclude your questions? If you could read all of your questions before we go to answers, please.
Sure. Let's see. And then I guess my next question is sort of leading out towards other ideas. I know that, and this is maybe a bit more related to the CAF, or I guess they call it the annual consolidated financial report now, but a lot of the city's revenue in sales tax comes from food service type entities. Is the city allowed to continue the potential impact on future development of those entities in setting those fees, or is it only allowed to consider equity considerations and basically saying we need to do this based on this, it's using this much of a given resource, so we need to charge this much, and we can't factor in economic development factors or things like that. So that's my other question. Is the city allowed to factor in non-immediate factors in generating this new fee, or is it only allowed to do a strict equity-based analysis? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Clerk Bell. Any other questions from the public?
Doesn't look like we have any other comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead and close the public hearing. Council, do we have a motion on the item?
I'll move for adoption of the resolution per staff's recommendation to have an updated development, a set of updated development impact fees.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion, Council? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Thank you. Council members Toms,
Yes.
Murphy,
Aye.
Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Yes.
and Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. That'll conclude item 10A. If we have no more motions from the council here, we will now move on to item 10B, which is first read of Pinole Municipal Code amendments related to housing element programs number 4, 5, 12, and 13.
Do we need a motion to continue that item?
So we have a note from the city clerk about this item. We'll be deferring this.
Yes, there was a memo circulated with a request from staff to continue the item to a future meeting.
Great. And a motion is required to defer that. Is that correct?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, great.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Thank you. City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Thank you. Council members Toms,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Aye.
Mayor Sasai.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is item number 11, old business. We have none. So we will move to item number 12, new business. And that is fiscal year 2023-24 annual comprehensive financial report. And that'll be Director Guillory. Please go ahead. Thank you for being here. Good evening.
Mayor Sasai, members of the City Council, staff, and members of the public. For this item, we'll be presenting the results of the fiscal year 2023-24 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, also known as the ACFR. And joining us here tonight is Mark Hugh of the PUN Group, which is the city's external auditors who perform the audit on the city's financial statements. So just to give some background before I turn it over to Mark, just wanted to highlight that at the end of each fiscal year, the city engages an external auditor to audit its financial statements. The purpose of the financial audit, which is conducted as a best practice in both the public and private sectors, is to provide users of financial statements with reasonable assurance that they can rely on the statements to make informed decisions. Also, the financial statements are the tool that management uses to give an accounting of the stewardship of the financial resources for which it is responsible. The city's finance department is responsible for preparing the ACFR and assumes responsibility for its accuracy, completeness, and fairness. The PUN Group, which is the city's auditors, audited the basic financial statements included in the ACFR to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatements and are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Also important to note is that the PUN Group issued an unmodified opinion on the city's financial statements. That is the highest possible rating, and what that means is that the financial statements are presented in all material respects in accordance with applicable financial reporting guidelines. And then lastly, I'd just like to highlight that the city does submit its ACFR to the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate for Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting award program each year. And the city has received this certificate or has been rewarded annually for the last 26 consecutive fiscal years. We've also submitted the ACFR for the fiscal year 2023-24 and expect to receive the certification again. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Mark, and we will be available for any questions following the presentation.
Mute. It's that mute button.
We cannot hear the presenter. If you could unmute your mic, please.
Hello.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Hu. I'm from the Pen Group. I'm the audit manager on this job. So I will present this the city of Pinole, the aquifer. Shall we go to the next one? Next slide, please. Okay. This is the there are the contents for this time. The first one is a required communication. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next one. Okay. The first one is I wanna focus on the Pen Group complying with all the relevance requirement related to independence, and also the second item is the significant accounting policies. The current year, in fiscal year 2024, the city implemented GASB 100, which is accounting changes and error corrections, which is a amendment of the GASB statement number 62. There are 4 significant estimates: the fair value on the investment, depreciation on capital assets, net pension liability actuarial input, and the OPEB benefit liability actual input. Next slide, please. There are 6 sensitive disclosures this year, include Note 1, which is summary of the significant accounting policies, Note 9, a pension, Note 10, OPEB, Note 12, the fund balance, Note 19, prior period adjustments, and Note 20, which is a change to or within the financial reporting entity. There were no uncorrected misstatement reported in current year, and management informed us that there's no consolidations with other accountants regarding the audit and other matters. Next slide, please. We don't have any significant difficulty in dealing with the management, and we don't have any disagreement with management in terms of the accounting treatments or audit procedure performed. Yeah, next slide, please. Next one. The management's responsibility, the management response for the financial statements and present the financial statement according with the GAAP. Also, the management's response for to adopt sound accounting policies, also establish and maintain the internal control over financial statement and compliance. Also, the management is to provide evidence support the amount and the disclosures in the financial statement and prevent and detect the fraud. Next slide, please. The auditor's responsibility, according to the professional standard, we are forming and expressing an opinion about whether the financial statement that has been prepared by the management business council oversight presented fairly in all material respects, according with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Also, we did plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free from the material misstatements. Also, the auditor considered internal control over financial reporting. Such consideration were solely for the purpose of determining our audit procedures and not to provide any assurance concerning such internal control. Next one. Next slide, please. Here is the government-wide condensed statement of net position. As you can see, compared to fiscal year 23, the fiscal year 24 has more current assets than last year, and the capital assets basically keep the same, but the lease lease receivable decreases significantly this year. Also, the regarding the liability, we have more current liability, but less non-current liability compared to last year. So basically, for the net position, this year we have a 2.3 million less than last year, which is represent 5% decrease. Next slide. In the statement of activities, generally, the city spent 11 million more than last year, and the revenue also decreased 2.7 million compared to fiscal year 23. So the net cost of service we decreased like 13 million. And in the general revenue, the city increased a little bit, about like 1 million for general revenue tax, and the investment earnings city increased 1.5 million compared last year. So the total change in net position in current year, fiscal year 24, the city lost 2.2 million. Compared last year, the city has 9 million gain from the last year. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is a general fund condensed balance sheet. So as we can see, the asset in fiscal year 24 has like 4.3 million decrease, and the liability almost keep the same with last year. So the fund balance decreased 4.2 million from last year. So there's like 4 category in the fund balance: non-spendable, which represent the land held for resale and the prepaid items. The restricted, which is restricted by the third party or by enabling legislation. None of them is in the general fund. All the restricted fund balance came from the special revenue funds. The committee is committed by the city council resolution. So there's like 1.3 million increase in the current year for the economic uncertainty, as well as certain capital projects. So the last one is unsigned, which is the still the rest of the fund balance category. So the next one, please. In the fiscal year 24, we have a 2.4 million increase, the revenue increase compared to fiscal year 23, but expenditure also have like 3.4 million increase than last year. So the revenue over expenditure, we have almost 1 million above compared to increase compared to the fiscal year 23. So in the other financing sources and uses, the only change is the only big changes for the transfer. So the last year we have 2.1 million transfer in from other funds to the general fund, but this year we have the general fund has 2.2 or 2.3 million transfer out. So this is causing the change in fund balance in 24. The general fund has the decrease 4.2 million, comparing the gain in 23, which is 1.2 million. So next slide. There's one prior period adjustment, which is to correct the deposit payable at the beginning balance, which is $109,000. So this is the, we disclosed it in the footnote 19. The next slide, please. So this is a governmental activity tax revenue to net cost services. As you can see, the 2023, the ratio is 136% compared to the current year, which is 69%. The ratio about 100% is good, meaning that tax revenue are sufficient to cover the net cost of providing services without dipping into net position or relying on the investment earnings or miscellaneous income. Apparently, the current year is much lower than the 100%, which is only 69%. This is the GASB 68, the pension standard as of the June 30, 2023 measurement date. The net position liability at 6.9%, which is the total 45.4 million liability, including miscellaneous plan 19 million and 26 million in the safety plan. So the plan's appropriate share of the fiduciary net position as a percentage of the total pension liability for the miscellaneous plan is 68%, and the safety and 17.67% for safety plan, which you can see almost the same with the last year. The next slide. Okay, so for the annual for the ACFR, we issued an unmodified opinion for all opinion units. The financial statements are fairly presented in all material respect. Accounting policies has been consistently applied. Also, the estimate used are reasonable. The disclosure are properly reflected in the financial statement. Next one. Next slide, please. For the communication internal control related matter identified in the audit, we have none reported this in the current year, which is good. We also issued the 2006 Measurement as Fund and the 2014 Measurement as Fund compliance report. We issued a modified opinion and no funding for internal control over financial reporting or compliance. The next slide. Also, again, so we have no disagreements with management, and we have no fund about the material weakness or significant deficiency in the internal control or financial reporting or compliance. And there's no accounting issue where there were a question on authoritative guidance noted, and there's no inappropriate activities were noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark and Director Guillory. And we'll open it up for council questions if we have any. I'll start to my right, Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thanks for your patience. I'm thinking about which of these. I think altogether we have to have an understanding of all of these different tables. There's no one that really would be the single indicator for our position. And I realize you're simply reporting. It's just up to us to determine whether this is an adequate position or not to be in, right? Yeah. Sure. Okay. No questions then. I think as we proceed in the remainder of the year and talk about budget, then we can take a look at where we stand. Let's see. This would be for period ending last summer, so okay.
Last June 30th.
Yeah.
Also, the management discussion and analysis, or the MD&A, that's a part of the ACFR, is a good place that interprets the numbers. So it provides a good summary there in terms of the net position and where we are.
Is that the narrative section of
Yes,
this
it's the
report?
narrative section.
Did we receive that as
It's
part of the packet?
It's in the ACFR itself, and it's on pages 5 through 17.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for going over this with us.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
So, and I'm gonna try to make this so it makes sense to me. So this is a health check of our finances, right?
Finances and also our internal controls and the way that we're accounting for
Right.
the money that we receive, yes.
And so far, we're checking out okay.
Yes.
Okay, fair statement. All right. One of the things I wanted to jump to is page 17. The tax revenues to net costs for services. And the 69% versus the 136. I just want to make sure, or just my understanding is that there still tax revenue that's due, right? Or how does that work? Because I know there's like 2 cycles for that, and a couple reports ago, and I know I might be mixing reports, but we didn't have enough tax revenue that actually came in, so our numbers looked like we were like woefully below our ability to pay for services. Is that 69% summary of all the tax revenue for 2024, or is there still stuff coming in?
No, so that's it for 2024.
Okay.
One thing to keep in mind, that number is, so don't think of it as a deficit. So we don't have an $8.9 million.
Well, no, I mean, that would scare some
deficit.
people.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear.
Right.
Because we are comparing just the tax revenues to the net cost of services. Also, another thing to point out is that governmental activities is not just the general fund. So that includes other governmental activities, including the Planning and Building Fund, for example, in community development, all of our special revenue funds. So it's a aggregate of all government activities. So you can think of it as everything except for our proprietary fund, which is the wastewater treatment plant.
I see.
Pretty much everything else is governmental, with the exception of the pension trust, which is a fiduciary fund.
Got it. And then I know we mentioned the references, but could you summarize just general, what should we be thinking as we got this information? And what should the community be thinking getting this information?
Developing a balanced budget.
Very good.
That is the way, because
Very
the
good.
change in that position is really reflecting the use of our reserves or our unassigned fund balance, right? Which a lot of that has gone to one-time initiatives and capital projects. So things are getting done. It's not that we're going over budgeted. We've budgeted that way, right, to cover those one-time items, which is an acceptable use of fund balance.
Right.
But if we continue to develop and implement balanced budgets, we maintain a healthy net position over
Right.
the long term.
And so would you say, I know last time we looked at the balanced budget in July, we were like, I think 100, was it, I mean, it was pretty close, like the two numbers.
Yes.
But as we're spending that money's not getting replaced. And so as we get
Exactly.
into April, but I mean, everybody's acting like, oh, we spent money and a lot of it, but we also got a new sewer line. I mean, there are things that are happening in Pinole that we've committed to as a council, staff has executed on.
Yes.
So there is value added. I mean,
Absolutely.
but as we do that, looking at that gap, I guess we'll get strategies from staff on how to close that gap while still providing services.
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing to really be alarmed about here. This is totally within range for us to bring back into alignment.
Yes.
Very good.
That is correct, but we would want to not continue, like, for example, we did transfer money from the general reserve as a one-time balancing strategy for the current fiscal year. So of course, we couldn't continue down that same path because eventually you deplete all of the reserves.
The reserve. So that was about 5 to 8%, if I remember right.
Yeah, it was 843,000. So it took us from 50% down to about 43%, which is still above standard, but
Yeah, like 20%
But-
above standard.
yes, but
right?
7% below our policy.
Right.
The reserve
And
policy.
do we ever lower? I think we did lower that policy down to meet.
So we didn't formally lower the policy.
Okay.
That was just a one-time transfer.
I
We
see.
will be revisiting all financial policies in the coming months as a part of the budget process. So we'll need to take a look at that if we're gonna budget to replace that or if we're gonna bring the percentage down, because that's another thing we need to discuss.
And I know the reserves were almost double what industry standard
Yeah.
would have been.
Yeah.
So it's probably something to think about. would that, okay, I think I got it. I know that when people see these audits and these numbers, me included, there's a little shockers in here, right? When you start seeing the parentheses more than you don't, right? But I think that just hearing from you that it's definitely possible to bring everything back into alignment. And then how does the tax measure that was just passed play into that gap? I guess that's something you guys will have.
Again, that would be
Okay.
a part of just
Got it.
balancing the budget.
Very good. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilor Murphy.
First of all, thank you, Director Guillory, for your continued healthy financial stewardship and helping us be good financial stewards of our budget. Thank you, Mr. Hugh, for your presentation as well. I got to ask the question again because we're going into finance and budget season. And it's a question that my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Tave asked, but I'm asking again. Because I look at many folks, maybe even council members, maybe folks in the public may look at slide 17 and be concerned. Can you help explain what the narrative behind slide 17 means? If you have to repeat what you said, that's fine, but I just want to make sure that the public is clear about what slide 17 means.
Yes, so again, just going back to the header, which says governmental activities. So that is not just representative of the general fund, but includes all governmental activities, which is pretty much everything outside of our business type activities or the wastewater treatment plant. There were a number of changes that happened between the 2 years. One was spending dollars on one-time activities, capital projects. Also, this takes into account our building and planning fund, which can fluctuate depending on development. So it's a cyclical fund as well. So you'll have years where it could be negative, and then you'll have years when it picks back up depending on development. So that's a part of it. Another thing that we had was the, when we're looking at net cost of services, that actually is expenditures net of revenue. So another component to take into account is that we had ARPA funds in the previous year. So we didn't have that. That was an additional $4 million. So that's a big chunk of it too.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, there are several components that go into that. And of course, as we're going through this, we're looking at the overall net position. And I just like to reiterate that the city still maintains a healthy net position overall.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Thoms.
I'm going to stick with slide 17. And I think I'm going to look at 2024 expenditures of $28 million. Is it possible that the revenue is a carryover from previous years? For instance, the net cost of services. So we spent $28 million, but could that revenue have come from 2022, 2023?
No. And maybe I'm not fully understanding the question. Are you referring to the net cost of services line?
Yeah,
Okay.
the net cost of services. So we spent $28 million, but we only took in $19 million. So those are just the transactions within that period.
Yes.
Okay, so
It's not a carryover.
it could have been fund balance that covered the difference.
That's correct.
Okay.
Because this is net, and that's where it gets a little confusing because this is not just expenditures. It is taking into account all the other revenue sources and the expenditures. And then the tax revenues are broken out. It's just to show the comparison between the tax revenues and the net cost of all the other revenues and the total expenditures.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do not have any questions on the item at the moment, but I'm going to open back up to council comments, if any. Go ahead.
Thank you. So looking at number 11, that's slide number 11, the condensed statement of net positions. So so piggybacking on what Councilmember Thoms was asking, just to establish the current and non-current. Current is for the year that this was audited. Is non-current from the year prior?
No, non-current is longer term. assets.
Longer term.
Yes, so that could include capital such as buildings, for example. So this is not all cash, right? It includes our other assets. So infrastructure, facilities, all of those would be included in that.
I'm still looking at the non-current assets. It seems.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A small amount.
Capital, that's right. Capital assets is broken out. The smaller amount that may be prepaids.
I can answer that question
Okay,
if you want.
Mark, do you have the
so
details?
last year we have, if you look at the last year ACFR, we have 16 millions, the cash, the cash and investment with fiscal agency, that which is unspent bond proceed. And then this year's, this bond is gone. So with that, that's the meaning that you can see the decrease if you just question. So the non-current assets, except the capital assets, currently, in the current year, we only have the lease receivable non-current portion. So this year, let me see. So this year is $472,000. And the last year, that amount was $552,000, which is almost the same.
Are we looking at the same slide?
I'm not quite seeing the 552,000 figure there.
Are you on slide 11, Mark?
Yes. So I think your question is a non-current assets, right?
Yes, I want to understand what's current, what the time period is when one refers to current and non-current.
Oh, so the current assets, which just means that's quickly you can quickly liquidate assets. Include I can show. Is include the cash and investment, accounts receivable, notes receivable, lease receivable due from other government, prepaid items, inventory, and also include the land held for resale. Those are the category in the current asset. The non-current assets currently, the non-current assets have 3 items, which is cash and investment with a fiscal agent, lease receivable non-current portion, and the capital assets. And I separate the capital assets. I list the capital assets in separate items so that you can compare them. Then the non-current assets currently in the page 11, you can see that's only include the lease receivable non-current portion in fiscal year 2024.
I will replay this portion of the meeting so that I can understand this better. Thank you.
There's a lot of termination.
It's very technical.
You basically the lease
here's
receivable.
pardon me, and here's what I just want to not. I don't want to make the following mistake. I don't want to see on slide number 11. The amount difference between 2024 and 2023 is a shortfall of 2.3 million, right? And it's very tempting for me to think, that's close to the amount that we anticipate is going to be generated by the new sales tax that we just passed. But it's not that simple because the type of asset that this shortfall represents may be cash / tax and or something else.
That's correct.
Furthermore, the period when you're which is what current and non-current somewhat refers to rather than a time period. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Or no. So it refers to how quickly it can become, how liquid each item is.
Liquidity. Okay,
yes,
thank
liquidity.
you. Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
All right, thank you both. And I still will replay because I often do after your presentations, Director Guillory. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question on that? Because that did catch my eye too, but I just wasn't sure. I was reading the non-current assets. So that 16,868, is that an identified like the capital plan and all the things that we're seeing as investments or deficiencies.
You mean the difference between 23 and 24, the 16,
Yeah.
the 16.8 million, is that what you're
Yeah,
referring
the number
to?
11. So along with other things, that 16.868 million,
Right.
that also represents stuff that is going to be handled over time.
Mark, I have a question on the 17 million for 2023.
Yes, that's include the 16 million cash and investment with fiscal agency.
Right, so we reclassified the amount that was sitting in the, I believe it was the pension trust amount, if I'm not mistaken. There's so many numbers behind all of this.
Yeah, no, I got it. I
So
saw
I'm just
the
trying to go off
report.
the
There's
top
a
of my
lot.
head. But I know that we reclassify, which is why you see the difference in the current assets and then the non-current assets. We did reclassify the pension trust funds from non-current to current.
Yes.
So that would, yes. Okay, just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure.
that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Did we further confuse you?
No, I just want to say, I appreciate that you're here with us. Please stay so that we can continue asking you questions about what the numbers represent.
Yes.
Given the type of report that we're seeing. Because most definitely you are presenting this as the auditor and the auditing firm does per certain standards as required of government agencies, which may be different from what we would like to see, which is how much do we have and what type of funds so that we can consider using it for programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy, do you have any? Oh, I don't. Okay. Any other questions, comments of staff? Okay, well then we'll move it to public comments. City Clerk Bell, any public comments on this item?
Rafael Menes.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes, and I have a few questions. First off, going back to slide 17, again, I was trying to compare it to pages 15, or wait, no, that's 13 and 14 of the management's discussion and analysis, where it talks about the revenue by source being 26,535,278 and the expenditures being 28,622,306. That seems to be different from the presentation values where it's showing something different. I'm sorry, I don't think I have an exact match to the presentation in the agenda packet because it's somewhere else, or I'm not looking for it in the right place in the agenda packet, possibly, or I'm looking at the wrong area, but just wanted to ask sort of what the difference was between those two numbers. And then I also had a few questions and comments. Let's see. On page number 267 of the agenda packet, it states that there was the adopted FY 24-25 operating and capital budget is a balanced, but includes a one-time transfer in from the city's general fund that was used to balance the budget. I'm assuming that's a transfer in for the general fund reserve rather than a transfer from the general fund to itself, because that seems unclear. Let's see. On page number 320, I was curious as to whether the properties at 2100/2150 San Pablo Avenue was the Freya House or whether it was some other property. Let's see. Page number 334, I noted that the OPEB liability healthcare cost trend rate was 7.4%, and I thought that in the budget projections it was 5%. So is the city assuming that we're going to have a 7.4% rate of increase in OPEB costs year over year, or lower? Let's see. On page number 339, I noted that public safety had expenditures over appropriations of $1 million for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. And I was curious as to whether that was just due to the new fire truck or whether there's some other factor I was forgetting about that was leading to that particular differential. let's see. And then finally, for a lot of the charts in pages 426 and so on, is there a reason why the most recent year is to the right of the chart rather than to the left of the chart? Because that seems a bit confusing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Menace. And Director Guillory, I know those are quite a few questions. Do you want to respond now or in writing after the meeting?
Yes, only because a couple of them I'll need to go back and do some research on those.
Yes, we'll follow up after the meeting.
Sure.
Great.
Follow up.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments, City Clerk Bell, for this item?
No other comments.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back to council for any motions or discussion. And I believe action required is just to receive and file or receive and.
I move that the council receive and files the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year 2023-2024.
I'll second.
Great, we have a motion and second. Any discussion? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call roll.
Council members Toms.
Yes.
Murphy.
Aye.
Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Aye.
Mayor Sasai.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 12A. Brings us to item number 13, citizens to be heard. Do we have any public comments, City Clerk Bell? And this is for citizens who did not speak during the first citizens to be heard.
Rafael Menace.
Great.
Good evening. For the final time this evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public, my name is Rafael Menace, a resident of Pinole, and I have two topics I'd like to discuss tonight. First off, as always, the current rate of COVID-19 in the community. It looks like we've leveled off somewhat from the overall spike, but we're still higher than we were back in November, I think it was. Let's see if I've still got the relevant data pulled up or whether the page refreshed and deleted all of it. Here we are. So back the last time I addressed this, and I think that was the December 17th meeting, we were at, I think, 3.59 per 100,000. And now we're at 5.44, which is higher. It's around the level we were at, say, in September of last year, or for that matter, in June, or rather early July of last year. It's basically what I'd classify as a moderate level of COVID spread within the community. It's not high. High, I would say, would be like 6, 7, 8. The levels that you see back in August of last year, for example. But while it's slightly lower than the start of January's number of 5.7, it's still quite a bit higher than, say, the end of November's number of 1.8. So people should continue to take precautions of, wearing masks in crowded public spaces, getting the booster vaccinations if they haven't yet, so on and so forth. I would also note that hospitalizations, while they are a trailing indicator, do show a rise to, I want to say, 4 per 100,000 in mid-January, and it's starting to drop off a bit, but still a point of concern. The increased infection rate in wastewater is leading, or at least has been leading, to increased hospitalizations, and while there's an apparent decrease there, it's always a lagging indicator, so take precautions. And the final thing I'd like to address is one of the more interesting executive orders that our new president issued yesterday, the Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism Order. And one of the sections in it, Policy and Definitions, seeks to define male and female as female meaning a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the large reproductive cell, and male meaning a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the small reproductive cell. But the problem with that is that at conception, neither embryo produces any reproductive cells. Like if you look at the most basic information about the gonadal ridge, it doesn't develop until 5 weeks. You don't have gender differentiation within that ridge until later. So by that definition, there are no genders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace.
We have one additional
Thank you.
public comment online. Anthony Bosbrink, go ahead.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a few questions here. Earlier this evening, our new Filipino-Japanese American mayor, Cameron Sasai, stated that due to a federal and or state mandate, that we are proud to honor the late President Carter's passing by flying the flag for our city flags for half-mast for 30 days. But I guess some people don't drive around with their eyes open, ears to validate that, but myself and other people have over the last several weeks, and very few, if any, of our city flags were being flown at half-mast or even taken down, except the library. They could just look out their window there and see it, but down the road at Fernandez Park, the Veterans Memorial plaque marker behind the baseball diamond was flying high, the flag, as well as down at our administration wastewater treatment plant, right there by the main gate, for over 2 or 3 weeks now. Well, we got 2 weeks to clean that up, I think, and then the 30 days will run out. But maybe they can get that done by Thursday, if not Friday. If not, get one of those high-paid directors and managers to go and take the flag down to half-mast. And also, I believe City Mayor Sasai and one other council member was on an ad hoc committee earlier in the year of 2024 to come up with the appropriate location to honor the Ohlone Indians. And I'd like an update on that, because we keep putting certain things in the back burner that you promised to the public over the last several months, or it goes sometimes to a year or two, and it hasn't happened. Case in point, the recyclable garbage bins over at Pinole Valley Park. Why does half of the city get brand new garbage bins and or at every other bend in the Pinole Valley Creek gets brand new garbage bins that were never placed there in the past because they have a powwow meeting with a city staffer or city public works manager, and they get the bins put up overnight. But we have more traffic and more people attending the Pinole Valley High School.
Thank you very much,
Park,
Mr.
the kiddie,
Vosbrink, for your
park.
comments. And I will get back to you personally about those issues you had brought up. City Clerk Bill, do we have any other public comments?
No more comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to item number 14, which is adjournment. And we're now ready to adjourn. In addition to adjourning in the memory of Amber Swartz, I want to add 2 more. The first is our 39th President, Jimmy Carter, who passed away on December 29th, 2024. And the second is my good friend, Alan Beltran. He was actually here in our council chambers at our last council meeting in December, right there in the front row, and he passed away last Tuesday suddenly. He was 45 years old and survived by his wife, Lori, and his 2 kids, Victoria and Olivia, 11 and 9. And he was in the last years of his life an organizer with the Working Families Party, and his work spilled over here in Contra Costa County. But he was also my big brother and always held me accountable. Always reminded me that the work of this a public service and advocacy is about the people first. And I keep hoping that my phone rings with his name popping up so that we can have our late night conversations. But he has shaped who I am as a leader and as a person. And now more than ever, just going to keep showing up and loving people and loving people deep. So with that being said, I adjourned the meeting to the regular city council meeting of February 4th. In remembrance of Amber Swartz, President Jimmy Carter, and Alan Beltran. Thank you.